fix it. There we go. Should be able to hear me now. There we go. David's back. I love it. Hey, David. Hey, all pros. Hi, everybody. Hey, Spiraling Monk. Hey, Hale. Hey, Laser. Hey, Cameron. I am... Oh my gosh, my computer decided 10 minutes before I was going live to just be like, what if I just kind of broke? And I was just like, can we not do this right now? But we're here. So hi, everybody. Sorry I was a couple minutes late. Hey, Adriel. How is everybody? Hey, Boots. So glad to see everybody again. You ready to read the other half of this book? I forgot how much reading the classics as told by a dog can be comforting. And if you missed last night's stream, and you know, it's pretty easy to follow along. It's basically just Sleepy Hollow with a dog. And the other half of the story is Wishbone and his and the various children in Wishbone's life trying to win a scavenger hunt. That's it. At least it wasn't in the middle of the stream. Yeah, honestly, I'm not going to complain. As long as we can not have an issue in the middle of the stream, I will live. I didn't realize with Round the Twist. Oh, interesting. I just saw that Pushing Up Roses a few days ago posted a video about Round the Twist, and I still haven't gotten to watch it, and I really want to see her talk about it. Let's do the thing. Going to pull up our Goodreads. Not sponsored by Goodreads, you know, but, you know, since we're here. Make sure that this is working. There were Wishbone books. Yeah. So there were Wishbone books because Wishbone was all about getting kids to read. So they were like, hey, maybe kids will read classics if they're told to them by a Jack Russell Terrier. And it worked because that's what got me into reading classics as a kid. Let's go to here. And I know that I meant to do this before I got off. We're currently reading. Avery Talks is currently reading. There we go. Can I update our progress? Because that's always fun. Oh my god, look at the Don Quixote one. Stop. Oh my god. He's so cute. Hey Jay, how are you? Yes, they basically all the classics you could probably think of, except for Little Women, apparently. Oh my god, Salty Dog. Were Wishbone books, and it's very fun. Recommend this book, write a review. I just want to update the progress. There we go. We're on page, it'll give me the little progress bar, and I love that. Page 110 is where we left off last night. 110. There we go. We're almost exactly half. Ceratosaurus is trending on Twitter because some quote-unquote artist is trying to pass off what is an AI as art and a collaboration. Interesting. Twitter frightens me. I have Twitter basically just as another avenue, and I've been trying to tweet a little bit, but really I've just been using it so that you guys will have another way to send me things, because I know not everybody uses Instagram. Twitter just frightens me sometimes. You'd search Paul Jennings on Goodreads, they're on there. Cool. Yeah. Goodreads, if you can't find the book on Goodreads, it's like IMDb but for books. If you can't find it, it's pretty obscure. So I would assume it would be pretty easy to find most of them. We have so many great books to read coming up in the near future. Why is my coaster flipped over? Sorry. But yes, we are here in the middle of this book. If anybody remembers, in the Sleepy Hollow side of things, we left off with Ichabod / Wishbone finding a poltergeist attack that was really just a prank by Brom and his friends in the schoolhouse. And then on the kids side of things, on the Wishbone side of things, they have gotten the first clue at the scavenger hunt, and they're trying to stay ahead of the other team who's cheating to win. So that's what we're doing. This is a Better World Books bookmark. They sent me like 4 or 5 of them. I bought one book from Better World Books, and they sent me like a bunch of bookmarks. It was kind of funny. But yeah, how's everybody? Is everybody doing all right? How's your Sunday? How's your weekend going? A lot of artists have been posting their own Ceratosaurus art and pointing out how awful the AI art is. Interesting. AI art can be very interesting, but it can also be very, very bad. It's one of those things. I guess it depends. I'm sure for that, in that sphere, it's pretty bad. If you're trying to, like, yeah, I'm sure that's pretty bad. All right. I asked my dad earlier. My dad used to work in radio. I was like, Dad, what did you do when you were like constantly on the air talking and you were like lose your voice a little bit? And he was like, tea, sometimes honey. He knows I don't like honey. He's like, yeah, let's just do what you can. Weekend has been pretty meh. Definitely a bright spot in the day. I'm glad this is a bright spot. When I started doing the reading streams, I was like, people might not care about this. People might just think this is like a really bad stream, but I'm glad that people love it because I love doing them. Still sick, but other than that, decent. I love being able to watch the streams. I'm glad that you're here, David. I hope you feel at least a little bit better. Being sick is the worst. I like hot water with lemon and honey. My dad told me lemon is also helpful. Anything warm and lemon. I'll try that. Everyone's dunking on them because gender discrimination turns out, though. They're a big racist or something. Interesting. That sounds like classic, sounds like Twitter. That sounds like Twitter. In a nutshell. It's just like people being racist and bad art is kind of the 2 things I always run into when I log on there. So I'm just like, oh, I hate it here. It's been a while. Hey, Danielle. There's a piece of wood on the highway. Oh no. My mother and aunt were following me. Anyways, we just went back to get there. Oh no, that's so scary. Tiniest bit better, thankfully. I'm glad. I hope you're fully better soon, but I'm glad you're like a teeny bit better at least. Hey, Milo. I'm gonna be quiet and drift in and out, but I'll be here. It's so totally cool. We appreciate you being here in any capacity, Milo. Good to have you. Showing off my art, so there's that. That's good. That's good. Anytime you can like anytime Twitter actually, the algorithm actually works for you is fantastic. Super cool. So yeah, we are reading. It was fine. Luckily, hit my tire on my undercarriage. My dad was his car has like a flat tire. He must have hit something. So yeah, that sucks. I hate car stuff. Legend of Sleep Uppy Howl. Yes. We need to change the tire anyways. Yeah. At least if it's gonna happen, at least happen when everything else needs to have work done on it anyway, All right. Who's ready to get reading? Who's excited for Maddie to finally be here tomorrow? I am. Finally getting to start the Kingdom Hearts stream series. Spooky. Yes. OMG, yay. Yes, I'm so excited. Finally. We kept having to put it off for like 6 weeks because like everything imaginable happened to postpone us, but we're finally doing it tomorrow. We're streaming tomorrow night at 7. Ooh, I need to make a thumbnail for that, come to think about it. Maybe if we've got some extra time at the end of the stream, you guys can help me make a thumbnail for the Kingdom Hearts streams. But yeah, we're starting tomorrow. We're going to be streaming Kingdom Hearts together every Monday for the foreseeable future because there's quite a lot of Kingdom Hearts. Might be able to make it. Yay! Yeah, we'll be stuck in Kingdom Hearts Purgatory forever, but it's fine. I never really got to play Kingdom Hearts that much, so I get to experience it mostly for the first time. Hey, Patrick! Patrick is the sponsor of these two streams for sending me this book. OMG, yay. That's how I feel too. I'm like, finally! She's finally gonna be able to stream again. Dying with the bosses. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a lot. And everybody knows I'm terrible at video games, so it's gonna be a lot. So if anybody remembers, this book likes to keep using this word, which we don't say, so heads up for that. I'm gonna have to skip over that at least a couple more times. You can't get to your car, oh no! But yeah, let's get into chapter 9. We actually made pretty good progress for the first night. I was hoping we could get about halfway through, and we did. Joe glanced back at the redacted gallery, knowing that Demont was inside. I can't believe he followed us, he said. Just my luck. Then he looked around. Wishbone? Joe called. He turned to David and Sam. Where do you think Wishbone went? David and Sam stood together, studying the second clue. David looked up and scanned the area. Maybe Wishbone went home, he suggested. Can you two wait here while I go and find him? I'll check my house first. Maybe my mom has seen him, Joe said. We don't have much time, Sam pointed out. Demont is right behind us. If he gets to the next clue first, I'm not going anywhere without Wishbone, Joe said. Sam and David exchanged a look. And we'd better find him quick, Sam said. Just as the three friends headed off next door to the Talbot house, Demont and Jimmy came out from the redacted gallery. Demont tossed the mini pumpkin, holding the next clue up into the air. Catching it neatly, he grinned at Joe. See you later. Joe shook his head, then hurried to his house. Sam and David followed, and then sat down while Joe walked in, searching for Wishbone. He came back out onto the front steps. Was he in there, David asked, getting to his feet. No, Joe reported. Then he sighed. I knew I should have stayed home tonight. Now what are we going to do? David asked. Sam looked at Joe. We're losing time, she said. Lamont's already on his way to the next clue. But if you want to look for Wishbone, we'll help you. Thanks, Joe said, but he stopped when he heard the sound of barking. That's Wishbone, Joe exclaimed. He led his friends to the back of the house. We're streaming about Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. My brain keeps getting super confused. What did you say, David? Sorry. Didn't mean to call you out. Yay! Patrick got to his car! Wishbone had chased the cat to the alley behind the house. Now he stood on his hind legs, his front paws resting on the back fence, barking up at the black cat. Here, kitty kitty! But the cat ignored him. Instead, it strolled along the top of the narrow fence without even a meow. The cat leaped down to the other side of the fence and disappeared out of view. Hey, I can't do that, Wishbone complained. No fair. Wishbone, Joe called as he ran into the alley. Sam and David were right behind him. Don't worry, Joe, Wishbone told his pal. I took care of him for you. Did you see that cat run? I scared him off. Joe reached down and patted Wishbone. Stick around, okay, buddy? Where to next? Wishbone asked. Great, now we can finish, Sam declared. What's the next clue? David opened the little pumpkin and pulled out a small piece of paper. Okay, he said, here it is. Follow Dart to the Derby, where the thoroughbreds and mixed breeds meet. If you don't want to lose, then you must choose an enchantress light on her feet. He glanced at the others, a puzzling expression on his face. Sam wrinkled his brow. Sam wrinkled her brow. Goodness, I keep forgetting who everybody is. Hi, Paolo. We just started reading. You haven't really missed anything. Sam wrinkled her brow. A racetrack in Oakdale? The only Dart I know is the Dart Animal Clinic, Joe said. Sam's face broke into a broad grin. That's it, where the thoroughbreds and mixed breeds meet. Let's go, David cried. Wishbone backed up and sat down. Animal Clinic? Ooh, no, not me. No way. You two go on ahead, Joe said. I'll stay here. Oh, come on, Joe, David urged. Joe shook his head. You two guys are up for this. I'm not. Besides, I should take Wishbone into the house anyway. That's right, Joe. Wishbone headed for the house. Well, everybody waited for you. Whoa. My computer's doing funny things, but it's all right. Anyway, everybody waited for him, and now he's not going with them? Wishbone headed for the house. Sam placed her hands squarely on her hips. Look, Joe. Thought it was going to say his shoulders, and then my brain caught up and was like, that's not what she did. Look, Joe, she said. We're not splitting up our team. Right, David agreed. David and Sam gave each other a quick nod. Then they each grabbed one of Joe's arms and started to drag him down the alley. Hey, Joe laughed. Okay, come on, Wishbone. No, Joe. Wishbone called after them. You are completely right. We should go into the house. We should, but his friends had already turned the corner. He ran after them. Wait up! Soon they arrived at the Dart Animal Clinic. Too soon, as far as Wishbone was concerned. Sam, Joe, and David rushed inside, but Wishbone paced back and forth on the pavement in front, giving himself a pep talk. Okay, Wishbone, he said to himself, you can do this. It's just the animal clinic. Here we go. Taking a deep breath, he went into the clinic. And then he instantly ran out. Oh, my stomach, he moaned. Wishbone? Joe called from inside. Okay, do it for Joe, Wishbone told himself. Do it for Joe. Come on, Wishbone, over here, he heard Joe say. I hope you appreciate this, Joe, he told his friend as he trotted back inside. I'm only in here because you need me, but I'm telling you, if I see one needle, I'm out of here. They just randomly, this has all been a ploy to get him to the vet. Joe, Sam, and David gathered around an antique horse race game. They gazed down at the racetrack with a brightly painted finish line. Little metal horses were mounted on sticks that would move along the grooves in the metal track. It reminds me of Nancy Drew Last Train to Blue Moon Canyon. Are you ready? David asked. Yes, Sam said eagerly. Let's get this over with, Wishbone gasped. I can't breathe in here. He crawled along the floor and flopped down. Picture a very dramatic Wishbone. David pushed a bright red button and the game came to life. A trumpet blasted from tiny loudspeakers, signaling the start of the race. Then the trumpet sound died out and the lights began to flash on the backboard. The words Derby Days were written across the top and the horses' names were listed below. Okay, I'm doing good, Paolo. I hope you're doing good. Bye, Adriel. Good to see you. Wishbone in Jurassic Park. Wishbone in holes. Oh my god, that would be so funny. Guys, look. Sam pointed to the side of the antique game where another plastic tube with pumpkins in it was attached. Only 3 pumpkins left, David said. That means DeMont is ahead of us. Sam said. We have to catch up. Wishbone leaped up and down, trying to get a glimpse of the toy racetrack. What is it? What's happening? A crackling sound startled them. Welcome to the Derby Days, a voice blared from the loudspeakers. Today's horses are Galloping Goblin, Flying Sorceress, Witch's Broomstick, and Glue Factory. Oh, you have 30 seconds to choose the winning horse. We have to pick a horse, Sam exclaimed. She pointed to the levers of the horses' names. Quick, read the clue again. David reread the clue. If you don't want to lose, then you must choose an enchantress with who's light on her feet. He studied the names of the horses and horses lit up on the machine. Enchantress, he murmured, thinking it over. Then he brightened. Witch! It must be Witch's Broomstick. He reached for the lever. No, wait, Joe stopped him. Read the last part again. You now have 15 seconds to choose the winning horse, the game announced. Don't interrupt, Wishbone told the machine. You're making it hard to think. Choose an enchantress light on her feet, David repeated. See, light on her feet. Witches fly on broomsticks. Joe studied the clue. No, it says pick the enchantress, not her broom. Flying sorceress, Sam suggested. Could someone please pick me up so I can see? Wishbone jumped up to try to see what was happening. The machine continued its countdown. You must choose the winning horse in 5, 4, 3, 2. Sam reached out and pushed the lever for Flying Sorceress, and the race began. And they're off, the game announced. Sam, David, and Joe leaned in over the machine, cheering on their horse. Let's go, come on, Sam shouted. Faster, faster, David chanted. Go, Sorceress, go, Joe yelled. Not Glue Factory, I know. Glue Factory is the losing horse. I feel bad for Glue Factory. Wishbone and Skippy the kangaroo. Oh, that would be fun. Wishbone jumped up and down behind them. Who's winning? Who's winning, guys? The three kids kept their eyes on the game and as they whooped and cheered. Wishbone leaped into the air and twirled. I don't know what's going on, but it sure sounds like fun. He twirled again. Woohoo! Yippee! Team! And the winner is Flying Sorceress. The announcement blared from the loudspeaker. We won, Sam cried. A jack-o'-lantern dropped down in the plastic chute into the tray. All right, we won. So what did we win? Wishbone trotted over and sniffed the pumpkin. David held it in his hand. What? No food? What does it say? Sam asked. David opened up the pumpkin and pulled out the clue. It says, every year when the leaves are green, Jackson's carnival can be seen. Purple, red, yellow, and blue. Which of these would you pursue? Wishbone sat back and scratched under his chin with his hind legs. Oh, that's easy. Jackson's carnival? David glanced at Joe and Sam. Sam took the pumpkin from David. She held it upside down and shook it. A little round coin dropped into her palm. Oh, look, she said, holding it up, a token. But where do we go? Joe wondered. David glanced down at the note again. Every year when the leaves are green. Does that mean the summer carnival, Sam guessed? Joe snapped his fingers. In Jackson Park, he exclaimed. Good one, Joe. Wishbone wagged his tail as he followed Joe, Sam, and David out of the animal clinic. Yep, we just resumed. We've only read 8 pages so far tonight. Getting back into the swing. Ooh, creepy, Wishbone said as he watched the flashlight beam flicker over the quiet park. Sam, David, and Joe carefully walked among the trees until they came to a clearing. Sam's flashlight threw light on a circus tent. Jack-o'-lantern sat on top of 2 poles standing beside the tent entrance. Of course, Sam exclaimed to the boys. This is where summer carnival is always set up. Come on. Go to racetracks anymore. Poor animals get treated like trash. Yeah, they do. They really, really do. It's pretty infuriating. Woo, there we go. Did I lose my place? No, I didn't. There we go. Yeah, I feel bad for the horses. And then they hit them. I don't like it. Sorry, I'll get back to the book. They walked through the tent flap and David gasped. Whoa, this is really incredible, he exclaimed. What is it? Wishbone raced through David's legs and stared at the enormous glass case sitting in the center of the tent. Will you look at that? Whatever it is. Inside the case was a complicated game filled with levers, slides, toys, dominoes, mobiles. How do you guys say it? And things Wishbone couldn't identify. Everything seemed to be hooked up to everything else, and everything seemed to be hooked up to everything else. At the top were 6 color-coded slots. Like all the other games, this contraption also had a plastic tube attached to the side. Sam pointed to the tube. There are still 3 pumpkins left, she said. We're still in the game, Joe said. But DeMont is 1 step ahead of us, Sam warned. At least we're ahead of the other 2 teams. We need to figure this out, and fast. David walked all around the huge mechanical setup. This is awesome, he murmured, fascinated by the device. David looked as if he were in his own world. DeMont could totally be solved. Why did he have to cheat? Because he's clearly solving the puzzles pretty fast. Like, because he's just playing with his younger cousin, right? So he's probably doing it mostly on his own. So, like, why did he bother to, like, try to follow them and cheat last time? I don't understand. Then Wishbone lay down to watch David examine the game. Uh-oh, we lost David, he observed. Joe looked up at the top of the machines. Which slot? He asked, holding up the coin from the pumpkin clue. We have to choose a color, Sam said. She reread the clue. Purple, red, yellow, and blue. She glanced back up at the slots. Well, there are 6 slots, and the clue asks which of the 4 colors I just mentioned would we pursue. That narrows it down to 4. Wishbone watched David. I've got to get one of these, David said. Oh, yeah, we really lost him, Wishbone said. Sam and Joe exchanged an amused glance. David, Sam said, we could use your help here. Yes, Joe added. Which color slot do we put in the coin in? It's the orange one, David said, his eyes never leaving the game. What? Sam's eyebrows rose with surprise. That was quick, Wishbone said. How did you figure that out? Joe asked. David finally looked away from the big contraption. The only color in the machine that's not mentioned anywhere in the clue, he explained. Wait. Sam glanced down at the clue. He's right. It says the leaves are green, then it lists the other colors. No orange. She approached the color slots with the coin raised. Wait, David called. Sam stopped in her tracks and turned to face David. He hurried over to her. Let me do it. Sure. She handed him the coin with a grin. Be my guest. David slipped the coin into the orange slot. Instantly, the machine went into action. A marble rolled down the spiral ramp into a funnel, which made a pulley lift a lever, ringing a bell. Whoa, Wishbone exclaimed. It's Halloween always so noisy? The rolling marble kept triggering off more and more surprises. A tiny hammer knocked over a domino, sending the rest tumbling in a straight line. Oh my god. The last domino then hit a miniature bucket, which lifted the marble to a different level. The game was in constant motion. Wishbone rested his paws on the side of the glass, trying to keep track of where the marble was going. Up, down, around, in, out, over, under. The marble rolled down another ramp, causing a tiny boxing glove to hit another bell. Ding! This is making me really dizzy, Wishbone said. Finally, a bucket dropped a toy bone into a little dog food bowl that sat in front of a doghouse. A stuffed dog reached out its neck from inside the doghouse, then snatched up the bone in its mouth. The moment it returned to the doghouse, the last pumpkin dropped down the chute. That was really kind of cool, Wishbone remarked. Joe grabbed the pumpkin and opened it. A marble, he said, holding up the little round green stone. Then he pulled out a small piece of paper and stared down at it. Ooh, let me see, Wishbone trotted over to the others. Uh-oh, this can't be happening, Joe murmured. He glanced at Sam and David, a worried expression on his face. What is it, Joe? Wishbone asked. What does it say? Joe gulped and read the clue aloud. You are invited to a tea party at 13 Thunder Road. Joe looked at his friends, and for a moment they were all silent. Thunder Road, Joe repeated in a low whisper. Cool, a party. I love parties. But I have a funny feeling this party is going to be a little bit different from any other one I've ever been to. Halloween seems to have that effect on everyone. Ichabod is also excited about receiving a party invitation to a Halloween party at the Van Tassel farm. Hey, Cassandra. Yes, Wishbone. Yay, everybody's here. I love the song Thunder Road. I know that I'm sure I've heard that song, but off the top of my head, I can't place what song that is. Maybe I haven't heard it. Maybe I've just never heard that song. It was a glue factory truck. And it was a hospital truck. It had yet to be painted over. You get the book reference. Wait. Do I get the book reference? I don't think I do. I apologize. Really struggling to buffer here. Animal Farm. Oh. I haven't read Animal Farm since middle school, I guess. Ichabod's. All right, we're in chapter 10. I'm gonna take a couple sips of my drink first, though. Sorry, it kind of went down the wrong pipe, and I was like trying not to cough. All right, chapter 10. Ichabod sat on his desk in the schoolhouse. He looked down at the delightful card. I was like, it's not a card. Arms scarred me for life. Yes, it's terrifying. Well, it's dark. I wouldn't say terrifying, but you know what I mean. Ichabod sat down on his desk in the schoolhouse. He looked down at the delightful card. His tail wagged with excitement. A servant from the Van Tassel farm had just delivered the Halloween party invitation. Oh, thank you, Ichabod told the young servant. Please tell the Van Tassels I shall be most honored to attend their All Hallows Eve party tonight. All Hallows Eve party. Why couldn't I say that? There we go. With a quick nod, the servant left the schoolhouse, just as the children began to arrive for class. Hello, 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 Ichabod greeted the students with enthusiasm. Isn't it a glorious day? It is, Mr. Crane, Andrew replied. I wish we could spend it outside playing hoops or hopscotch. Perhaps you shall be able to get a game in, Ichabod told the boy. I know just what Andrew means, he thought. I could go for a game myself. I feel as light-hearted as a pup. Oh, I love parties. All that fun, all that food. And the sooner I get through today's lessons, the sooner I'll get to the party. Now, children, no dilly-dallying, Ichabod said. We must get to our lessons right away. Please take out your copybooks and write down 3 arithmetic problems. As the class wrote in their books, 2 more children hurried in through the doorway. Ichabod pointed to their places on the benches. Then he continued to recite the arithmetic problem. No sense in wasting time scolding the latecomers, he thought. I don't wish to bring even a bit of unpleasantness to such a wonderful day. After giving the class a few brief minutes to work out the arithmetic problems, Ichabod instructed them to stop and put away their copybooks. Stop and put away their copybooks at the end of the sentence. We'll check the answers next week, he told the class. A few of the children murmured to one another in surprise. Well, you are such excellent students. I'm sure your answers are correct, he added. Now on to our history lesson. He's like, I don't care. Let's do it. Let's get through it. Ichabod nosed open a large book. A ribbon marked the spot where he had left off the previous day. Now, let me see. He looked at his lesson plan on the desk, then back to the book. It seems that we were going to discuss the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. That could take all morning, he realized, and we still have reciting, spelling, and important dates in the birth of our nation to get through. Ichabod sat up on his haunches and spoke to the class. Okay, everyone, here's the short version. The Roman Empire rose, and then it fell. An update at 11 a.m. next week, that is. Okay, what's next? Ichabod gazed out of the room full of children. I mean, what do you expect a dog teaching the kids? I know, he said. Instead of having our usual form of recitation, let's make it a game. We'll see how quickly we can recite these lines. On the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Open your reading books. The children giggled and flipped open their books on their desk. I will tap a rhythm for you to recite to, Ichabod said. On your mark, get set, read. The first child Ichabod pointed to stood and recited the first line from the book. At the same time, Ichabod beat a rhythm on his desk with his paws. I don't know what rhythm he was tapping. Then the next child popped up and recited the following line. Each child tried to outdo the speed of the child who spoke before. Ichabod tapped faster and louder as the children read line after line of their lessons. By the time the very last child jumped up and shouted out the final words, they were all gasping and out of breath. Oh, well done, Ichabod cried. That was fun, Andrew exclaimed. Let's do it again. We'll use the same system with our multiplication tables, Ichabod suggested, his tail wagging with delight. The children nodded eagerly. Ichabod pounded an even faster rhythm. 2 times 2 is 4, the first child chanted. Before he sat down, the second child leaped to her feet. 4 times 4 is 16, she cried. And so they went through the whole class, laughing and calling out answers as fast as they could. On to the important dates in our nation's birth, Ichabod thought. We're in the home stretch now. Children, giving the wrong answers, were simply told that they would do better next time. Those providing correct responses were congratulated with such cheer that Ichabod's barks could be heard echoing in the valleys for miles around. And in what year did Christopher Columbus fuck Christopher Columbus in time for just in time for yesterday? Fuck that guy. Or yesterday, tomorrow. Gosh, words are hard today. Yeah, fuck Columbus. And in what year did Christopher Columbus come to America? Ichabod asked Peter. At least they didn't say found America. This is the final question of the day, Ichabod decided. Come on, Peter. We're on a roll here. We're counting on you. Peter looked worried. The year? He asked, confused. It's 1492, Peter. You got it. Ichabod nodded. Yes, Peter, the year. The year, Peter repeated. The year. His face brightened. I know. 1400 and... Peter's expression clouded over. That's right, exclaimed That's right, Ichabod exclaimed, leaping so high that all 4 feet left his chair. But I didn't finish my answer, Peter said. Oh, but I could see that 1492 was right on the tip of your tongue. And with that, Ichabod added, class is dismissed. All of the children stared at Ichabod for a moment, frozen in shock. Go on, Ichabod urged. The school day is over. Make tracks. Hey! Several children cried. The students leaped off their benches, whooping and cheering. Ichabod gleefully shouted louder than the rest. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves. Inkstands were overturned and benches tipped over as everyone burst out of the schoolhouse, thrilled to be released so early in the day. Especially me, Ichabod thought. See you all next week, Ichabod called to the children as he trotted away from the schoolhouse. He charged past Raven Rock. See you later, shrieking woman in white, he said, remembering the story of the weeping ghost. He thought. Perhaps I shouldn't have put it quite that way. Oh well, no matter. Nothing will frighten me today, not even ghosts. He hurried home toward the Van Ripper farm. I hope Mr. Van Ripper doesn't have too many chores lined up for me, Ichabod thought. Ichabod always helped with the farm work whenever he... Oh, here's a picture of all the kids stampeding out of the place. Whenever he stayed each new week. Mr. Van Ripper never failed to find tasks for Ichabod to do. Does he keep, like, cycling through? Interesting. Nice to see Wishbone Ichabod being a good, enthusiastic teacher and not a jerk like the Disney version. I know. No cold candies. I don't have candy with me tonight. I don't. I should have gotten candy. Maybe I'll take a break at some point and go grab some. All right. Oh, no, you're good. Got distracted. Imagining seeing Wishbone doing a Kermit. Yay! Kermit arms! Whenever the kids get right answers, yes. Well, one of my favorite moments in all of Wishbone history is when they have the very fake arm so that Wishbone can be, oh boy, like this, like pulling the arrow back, and it's very clearly a fake arm. It's very funny. Hey, Hannah. Who's stealing my yay Kermit bit? Kidding. Yeah, we need to, if I ever get emotes going for us, that'll be the first emote, I promise. And then I'll be the one stealing your bit. No, I'm just kidding. Where was I? Let's see. Storing the hay is done, but on the farm there's always a fence to mend, livestock to tend, and wood to cut up for the fire. Ichabod picked up speed. Well, even if Mr. Van Ripper does have chores in mind for me, getting out of school early leaves me plenty of time to prepare for the party. Ichabod trotted over the bumpy road. I shall see my sweet Katrina. I shall spend a whole evening of merriment with her, with all the village, to see what a good couple we make. He leaped over a small shrub and ducked under a low tree branch without skipping a beat. Perhaps I should arrive early and help Mrs. Van Tassel set out the food. I wouldn't mind sampling a few morsels simply for tasting purposes, of course. I'm sure Mrs. Van Tassel would want to be sure that every bite is perfect for her guests. Ichabod couldn't resist. He jumped into a deep pile of leaves, laughing as they flew into the air. Food testing! It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it. Ichabod arrived at the Van Ripper farmhouse in record time. His mind was filled with ideas for all the games he and Katrina might play, and the wonderful stories he could tell her. Let's see, perhaps I can introduce the idea of charades. She should enjoy that. Or, I know, we could play blind man's bluff. Ichabod's tail wagged quickly with anticipation for the party ahead. Anticipation. Happening so far. Sorry I didn't come when it was the start of the stream. So in everyday life, Wishbone and the kids are competing in the scavenger hunt. They are now in second place. In Ichabod world, he's about to go to the Van Tassel Halloween party. Which Halloween hoedowns were a thing again? Yeah. I think Wishbone is running. Why do I think Wishbone is rushing? Yeah. Yeah, he's rushing and jumping into the pile of leaves, yeah. Curiosity, who knows the story? Is everybody aware of the story of Sleepy Hollow? If anybody isn't aware, I don't want to spoil the end of the story. It's one of my favorite classic stories. Hollow, I like the new Garfield profile picture, by the way. Garfield with glasses, I like it. Hermit, yay! LOL, yes. I assume most people have read it. I definitely have read it multiple times, but in case anybody hasn't, I wouldn't want to spoil it. No, I'm not updating. My computer has wanted to do. I have no idea what book that is. Not gonna lie. Okay, I won't spoil the ending. Anyone else with HBO Max notice they added Scooby-Doo Courage the Cowardly Dog crossover? Oh, they did add it. Okay, more or less great story. Yeah. Don't worry about that, friendo. You know, it's a good story. I want everybody to get the full. I know that we're having it told to us by a dog, technically, but I still want everybody to get the full story. Where am I? Where was I? Playing games. Already ahead. Back in his tiny temporary room, Ichabod brushed his fur until it gleamed. He checked himself in the mirror. Fur smooth and shining white, paws, not a thorn or speck of mud. Satisfied, he trotted over to his closet. Now to select my party attire. Oh, did they not? He didn't have any chores? I missed the part where he just straight up didn't have any chores. Satisfied, he trotted over to his closet. Now to select my party attire. Ichabod looked through his wardrobe and picked out his very best short pants, vest, and cutaway coat. Of course, picking my outfit is quite easy, since I have only 2 sets of short pants and vests to choose from, and a single dress coat for Sunday. He put on. I couldn't hang with the dress code of ye olden days. It would overwhelm me. I couldn't do it. He put on his woolen tights and the pants. He polished his anti-witch bell. Then he made sure to fasten it securely to a button on his brocade vest. Brocade vest. I'm probably saying it wrong. Well, I said it 2 different ways, so I'm definitely saying it wrong at least one way. Over it all, he put his long cutaway coat, his tail poked out of the split back. Oh, groomed and dressed, he stood in front of the mirror again, admiring his whiskers. Looking good, Ichabod. Then he went into his tried and true, never fail, aren't I cute expression. Perfect. I shall have an answer ready for every situation at the party, he told himself. Who knew whom he would be meeting at the party? Oh, look at the picture. Look at him. He's so proud of himself. Ichabod ate an egg to ensure his coat was extra shiny, yes. And for Ichabod Wishbone, always looking adorable with a tiny hat. Yes, always. He doesn't have a hat on here, but he will. Or is it in bad form to wear the hat to a All Hallows Eve party? I'm not sure what the etiquette on that was, but he usually has a hat. After all, not only was he going to be enjoying Katrina's company, he would be meeting important people from all around the county. Those people might someday play a part in his future plans. That future, if all went well, would include Katrina. Would you care to have this dance? Ichabod said to his reflection in the mirror. He checked out his expression. Perfect. He went through a few dance steps. How does the dog dance with a human person? I have to know. Maybe it's like on America's Got Talent, where with like the dog acts with that dance with the trainer. The live is still here. I mean, this is the second live. I haven't been on all since last night. That would be kind of funny though. One of these days when I'm just really having a lot of insomnia, I'll just have an all-night stream, which we've come very close to a couple times in the past. Wishbone is adorable. I love Wishbone. Wishbone with a hat is always a win. He's a Jack Russell, though. His partner would have to bend pretty far down to dance with him. Yeah. I would love to see a Jack Russell Terrier doing the Regency period dance steps. Those dances that are like half an hour long. Where was I? Would I care to what? A voice demanded behind him. Ichabod whirled around and blushed. Oops, you caught me, Ichabod confessed to Mr. Van Ripper. I thought I would do a small rehearsal for the party. I just wanted to be sure I would make a good impression. Humph. Mr. Van Ripper grunted. He is a man of few words, Ichabod thought once again. He had that thought often, ever since he came to live at Mr. Van Ripper's farm. And he's also a man of very few pounds, Ichabod gazed at his skinny, old, current landlord. The aged farmer had a very long white beard and wiry hair that matched his wiry brows. He always looks as if he's about to fly into a rage, Ichabod observed. I just hope he's in a good mood now so that I may ask him a favor. Mr. Van Ripper, Ichabod said, I was wondering if perhaps you might be willing to lend me one of your fine horses. He's gonna ride a horse? How does the dog... Okay. Dog's gonna ride a horse, okay. Lend me one of your fine horses tonight. Mr. Van Ripper narrowed his eyes at Ichabod. He studied his tenant carefully, but didn't say a word. Well, at least he didn't say no. So far, so good, Ichabod pressed on, making his point. As you know, Ichabod continued, the Van Tassel citizens are of the highest class, and they are well known as fine entertainers. Their party will certainly attract excellent company. Ichabod lowered his head shyly. I am hoping I shall be able to arrive at their farm looking like a gentleman myself. With your kind generosity, of course, I could do that. Mr. Van Ripper tugged on his long beard. Pretty please? Ichabod asked silently. He sighed. After an uncomfortable moment of silence, Mr. Van Ripper released his beard. I have one horse I can lend you. I'll even throw in a saddle, but be careful with the animal. They don't grow on trees, you know. That was the longest speech Ichabod had ever heard Mr. Van Ripper give in one stretch. Oh, thank you, I shall guard it with my life. Hearing the words he had just said, Ichabod felt a slight shiver. Once again, he wondered if what he had just said was stated in an unlucky way. I really want to see a picture of him riding. We better get a picture of him riding the horse. Whose ego is bigger, Wishbone or Snoopy? Probably Snoopy, because Wishbone just kind of pictures himself like a human, and Snoopy is just like always like the big hero, but I don't know. And ripping people a new one. I'd say Snoopy. Yeah, I agree with Tilly. Ichabod gave himself one last approving look in the mirror. Then he trotted after Mr. Van Ripper out to the stable, his tail wagging. That one, Mr. Van Ripper said, pointing to a stall at the end of the row. Gunpowder. What a noble and energetic name, said Ichabod. Perhaps this horse will give Brahms Daredevil a run for his money. Without another word, the old farmer turned and left the stable. Thank you, Ichabod called after the man. Then he walked toward the stall and stopped in his tracks. Oh my, he murmured. This beast has seen better days. I feel that. I feel what Gunpowder is feeling. Ichabod studied the thin creature. One blind eye glared unseeing at the world, all milky white and strange. The other eye flashed with a mean spark, meaner even than Mr. Van Ripper. In fact, Ichabod noted, the horse and the owner seemed to share many qualities. He could stand some grooming. Ichabod jumped up onto an overturned tree stump that Mr. Van Ripper used to hold the stall's gate open. He reached out to brush the horse's mane. Yikes, he cried as the horse snapped his yellow teeth at him. Okay, I won't mess with the hair. Ichabod leaped into the saddle and picked up the reins in his teeth. Let's go, Gunpowder, he instructed the horse. The old, broken-down horse let out a snort. It flicked its tangled, scraggly tail, but it took not a single step. To Ichabod, oh my god, we're gonna get a picture. I just saw we're gonna get a picture. It's just a horse version of Mr. Van Ripper. Yes, it is. To Ichabod, the horse almost seemed to sneer. Where's the on button for this beast? Ichabod was so pleased about the upcoming party, however, that even a hesitant horse would not stand in his way. Maybe stop calling it a beast and it'll actually help you. Wishbone sounds like a daydreamer like me. Snoopy at times thinks his doom don't stink. Yeah. Oh yeah, Wishbone is a huge, huge daydreamer. Yeah. I'm also like that. I love, yeah. I think it's why I always loved like choose your own adventure stuff as a kid. Like to this day, I still like my attention is held by like interactive readings and things like that. I'll make you a deal, Gunpowder, he promised the mean-tempered animal. You let me ride you tonight, and I'll make sure you'll find some extra carrots in your food trough tomorrow. Now there's an offer he can't refuse. Ichabod was right. Slowly, and with the jerkiest stride that Ichabod had ever experienced, Gunpowder finally began to move. Slowly. So, Wishbone can talk to horses. Okay. It's his daydream. He can do whatever he wants. Oh, well done, Ichabod cried. He wanted to give the horse every bit of encouragement. This is going to be quite an unsteady ride, he realized. He gripped the pommel on the saddle with his paws and clung tightly to the reins with his teeth. But we are finally on our way. It was a long ride to the Van Tassel farm. Ichabod and Gunpowder rode past the Raven Rock and the schoolhouse. I was just kidding about seeing the shrieking woman in white later. Called out, just in case any ghosts might be listening. Hedge your bets when it comes to ghosts. Give yourself Goosebumps series. Yes, I have a bunch of them in my collection. I'm excited to read them on stream. Hopefully that happens soon. Then he turned onto the rocky path that led into the Sleepy Hollow woods. The pair rode through the walnut groves and over the little bridge by the church. Ichabod remembered to hold his breath to keep away any bad luck as he passed by the cemetery. That is a thing. My mother does that. My grandmother. My mother and grandmother. Oh, can you guys vote on the Choose Your Own Adventure? Yeah. I definitely, yeah, for sure. Anything that with a good poll. I've become a fan of the poll system, reading the Scooby-Doo ones. Over the little bridge by the church, he held his breath. Shivering under his fur, he thought of the headless horseman's body lying in its grave. It looks like there's a storm brewing, he murmured to the horse. Dark storm clouds gathered overhead. And the screeching of the birds meant that bad weather was on the way. Already, Ichabod could feel the wind whipping up, making his fur bristle. Ichabod's ears pricked up at the whistling in the trees and crackling leaves crunching under Gunpowder's hooves. They made for a sad combination. And Ichabod's cheerful mood began to disappear. He started to feel worried. This is just the kind of weather meant for witches, Ichabod thought, or even a visit from the Headless Horseman. That's something that I want to put on a sweater, like an autumny sweater, and it says, this is just the kind of weather for witches. Ichabod thought, or even a visit from all the Headless Horsemen. From the Headless Horseman, all of them. It's not the show. There's not more than one. The signs are all here, and tonight is Halloween. Ichabod's horse hooves now made wet, squishy sounds as they traveled through a marshy section of Sleepy Hollow known as, look at the picture! Stop! Look at Wishbone riding a horse. I can't handle it. As long as you don't offend real witches. Yeah, of course. As long as it, you know. I wouldn't want to, you know, besmirch real witches. Polls are more democratic than the real thing. Ooh. Glad that never happens in the TV show version, right? Horsey! Welcome back, Patrick. As a witch, I need that shirt. Yeah. I wouldn't want it to be offensive in any way, but I meant it in like a, I think it would be a really cute, like, autumny, like autumn vibes type of shirt. The section of Sleepy Hollow known as Wiley's Swamp. In the show during the story sections when Wishbone barks. I do too. A dog on a horse, that's as good as a tiny monkey on a dog, right? Yeah, that's hilarious. This picture. Chef's kiss to the illustrator that made this happen. This is wonderful. Genres, when you look past the blood and gore aspects, horror is the most progressive and forward thinking. Yeah, makes sense as the genre stems from the old cautionary fairy tales of old Europe, farther back as well as the many greats. Start. Yeah, I don't know how you make a real dog ride a live horse. I have no idea. Ah, it's so cute. I need to see how they pulled this off on the show. I need to see how they shot around that. He's got his little hat on. He does have his little hat on. I was hoping he'd have the hat. For a moment, Ichabod wondered who Wiley was and why he had a swamp named after him. Could Wiley himself lie deep in the marshy ground? Is he waiting to pull unsuspecting riders under the swamp to their doom? Halloween would be the perfect night for such a thing. Then Ichabod had another idea. Perhaps Wiley was a victim of the Headless Horseman. Yes, that would be quite logical. Naming the swamp for poor Wiley would be a reminder for others to beware of the feared ghosts. Oh, how many lives has the Headless Horseman claimed? Ichabod guided Gunpowder along the wooden planks that crossed the stream and led them out of the swamp. All Hallows Eve, he thought, the night when even restful spirits rise up from the grave to roam the earth and haunt the living. He shivered in the saddle as he continued on his way. There it is! Ichabod spotted the Van Tassel farm and the crowds of people standing around on the wide lawn. How about moving into the second gear? Ichabod asked Gunpowder. How does he know what car shift gears are? It's Wishbone's daydream. Wishbone is of the modern 1998 today. To his surprise and delight, the horse obeyed and picked up a little speed. Why, half of the county must be here, Ichabod observed. He saw groomsmen leading horses to stables and helping ladies out of coaches and carriages. People were greeting one another merrily. Ichabod's ears picked up the sound of a fiddler playing the festive tune. A festive tune. There's more than one festive tune, you see. The jerking, uncomfortable, and spooky ride was over. Ichabod leaped off Gunpowder. He handed over the reins to one of the Van Tassel servants. Then, tail wagging, he trotted merrily across the lawn. Imagine if a dog handed you the reins of his horse and was like, here, keep the change. Ichabod glanced up at the sound of giggling. He spotted Brombones sitting on the huge, pitch-black daredevil, surrounded by a crowd of young women. He seemed to be performing tricks for the admiring group. Well, 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 Katrina is not among them, Ichabod noticed. And while Brom is outside amusing these folk, he cannot also be inside entertaining Katrina. Ichabod hurried toward the house. Yes, this is my lucky day, after all. Talbots don't realize how smart Wishbone is. I know, right? I feel like Wishbone could, like, solve world peace if he wanted to. Good gore and horror from it. Yeah. He is a very smart boy. Hollow said candy, and now I'm debating running downstairs and grabbing candy. Know that about Child's Play. Sorry. No, you're good. I might just have to, you might just go on share stream for 2 seconds while I go get candy. Oh. Whoa, that was my neck. Could that be heard on camera? That was terrifying a little bit. Chapter 11. Oh no. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Oh, thank God. So Maddie texted me and was like, I have shockingly important news. And I was like, girl, do not tell me we have to postpone again. I'll be so sad. I mean, I'll understand, but I'll be sad. And then she was just talking about the thread where Phil Vischer got in a fight with Phil Vischer, who made VeggieTales, got in a fight with a bunch of right-wing pundits on Twitter and basically said that Bob and Larry are trans, and so now that's a thing. So I was like, damn, I gotta cover a VeggieTales again soon. Be careful. No, yeah, I mean, like, you never twist your neck ever. That's what my mom told me a long time ago. But like sometimes, like that just happened just from my neck doing one of these, which just means it was really out. So probably saved me a really bad headache later on. Okay, I was just glad that we didn't end up canceling. Sure, you're not closer to my age. You're breaking down. I feel at least 100. Maybe I feel like 141 myself. Yeah, so here, let me read the thing. This is sidetracked from reading about Wishbone. Folks who missed the stream. Oh my God, can you even imagine? Yeah, so let me read this because I was reading this yesterday because I found this hilarious. I saw this on my TikTok. So she says, if you'd given me a billion guesses of things that would happen in 2022, this is a tweet that she sent me. Creator of VeggieTales implying Bob the Tomato and Larry the Cucumber are trans in a Twitter thread where he's asking other Christians how drone strikes are okay, but abortion wouldn't come up. Basically, he was in like a political fight with right-wing pundits. And somebody said, what happened? Oh, yeah, somebody said, oh, you're too woke now. And they said, good God, what kind of a woke idiot have you devolved into? What's next? Trans VeggieTales where veggies come out as a fruit? And he says, botanically speaking, the cucumbers and tomatoes are in fact fruit. Sorry about that. So that's a thing that that Twitter and TikTok have been having fun with. And I was like, oh, Phil Vischer's cool. I didn't know Phil Vischer was cool. I mean, I did, but I'm a child watching it, and now I'm trans, and there's trans veggies. LMAO. I love this. Right? Technically speaking. VeggieTales began airing on NBC. They had to change where Bob says, remember God loves you. Remember your friends and family love you. Yeah. VeggieTales creator versus religious nuts. I didn't see that one coming, did you? I'm glad, or Twitter, yeah. I'm glad Phil Vischer is, as far as we can tell, chill. Where was I? Amazing news. Yes, I totally accept Bob and Larry are trans. This will be acknowledged for the rest of all time here on this channel. Anima's VeggieTales character, LOL. I do remember something about that, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, I kind of remember something about that. Yeah. I don't remember when I stopped watching VeggieTales, but I was looking back through, I was like, wow, they made a lot of VeggieTales after I stopped watching VeggieTales. I always say I had 3 stages of my life. There was being a kid and watching kids TV, being a teenager and like going through that moody teenager phase where I'm like, I'm too cool for kids TV. And now being at this stage in my life where on my whole thing here on this channel is covering kids and family TV pretty much. Not all of it, but most of it. Oh, it's been a year? Yay! Happy anniversary, man! YouTube anniversary! It's been, almost. It feels like you've been here longer. Again, I relate to you. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like that I'm at this point in my life where I'm an adult and can dissect the kids' media, but I can also enjoy it, you know? ever watched on Disney Plus was Out of the Box. Ooh, I'm working on my video with Daniel from Box Cutter Podcast on an Out of the Box episode, and then I'm also going to be, I was on his podcast, so that's going to come out next week. About the same for me too, maybe a bit longer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was so much VeggieTales that I've just never seen. I think when I was a kid and watching VeggieTales, my favorites were always the ones that weren't based on Bible stories. I don't know what that tells you. I always loved Madame Blueberry and Larry Boy. Really, it's been that long, holy crikey. I know, it's so weird that it feels like you guys have been here since the beginning, but I know that you haven't, but it's been, how long has the channel been here? May 2nd is the anniversary, so 2 years and almost getting close to 2.5 years. That's crazy. My guilty pleasure was VeggieTales, the Nuttiest Nutcracker. I vaguely remember that one. Or the vampire one from the 90s. The vampire one? Oh, the really early one? Wait, do I not know that one? I think it would be... Oh, I see. I'm caught up. You're not talking about VeggieTales anymore. I was like, there was a vampire VeggieTales? Sorry. Missed that whole thing in the chat. Oh, yeah. Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire. Yes. Followed since late October last year. Thank you guys for being here. By the way, the fact that you're all here and are not tired of my shenanigans, amazing. Welcome to Pooh Corner. Yes, I remember your comment. A rocking horse is alive. Yes, I remember that. I remember that so vividly. That's so cool. Only we could get Tony and Vivian to come on the stream. They're good at responding. Oh, that would be the dream, wouldn't it? I think they're so cool. They're my heroes. Always have been, always will be. Happy almost 1-year anniversary, you nice weirdo, you. Yes, when we do merch, we need shirts that say nice weirdos. I consider you all stream friends. Same. Spooky, scary skeletons. All I know is that I met Tilly around June of 2021, and shortly after that, they showed me doing now. Forever. Yay! Well, thank you. I remember Tilly saying, "Oh, I've actually started watching your videos with a friend," and then you showed up in stream one time, David, and I was like, "Oh, this is the friend. Hi, friend. Hello, welcome to stream." Teen watch children's shows phase both happened before CGI animation started. Yeah, I mean, CGI was just starting to get big. It was tis I the friend in my childhood, but it was very rudimentary. Like, you ever watch back those early CGI and you're just like, wow, CGI has come a long way. Remember when that other YouTuber here tried? Oh yeah, the person that we had to shadow ban. Yes, I remember. I don't think, was that person another creator? I don't think that person was another creator, but I could have been wrong. I don't need money or I owe you anything. You're all my friends. Well said. I remember Too Smart for Strangers, the one Pooh's Corner special. Tech. Wait, I missed the end of the tactless. Yes. Yeah. So the Welcome to Pooh Corner episode that I did about the spaghetti episode was originally going to be that one, the Stranger Danger one. And then I watched it all the way through before I did the video and was like, oh, I am not remotely ready to do a video about this. This is highly disturbing. So I didn't. The duckling gets lost. Oh, memories. I will show you Avery's. Literally the best. Thank you guys. I feel like I'm such a genuinely bad YouTuber, but I'm glad that you guys enjoy what I make. I look around at all the other YouTubers and I'm like, everybody's better at making stuff than I am. Anyways, quirky. Well, when they did it, they were just, I literally could not read chat because it was just 3,000 emojis. It's in that Beetlejuice cartoon. Oh yeah, I think my first exposure was the little bits that they used in Beauty and the Beast. On your channel, your little shuffle forest. Ooh, that was a fun video to make. I was glad I finally got to do that. There's a suggestion from Danielle. Yes, that one, Patrick. It's very disturbing. Hold first place in my heart, but second place. I'll take it. That sounds. Captain Sparkles deserves first place for sure. I'm fine for losing out the second words of Captain Sparkles. Not even the worst, not by a long shot. Thank you guys. Haunted Mansion was the first bit I saw. I decided not to watch the movie. LOL, not your fault. The movie. That movie is, it's campy and it's nostalgic for me, but it's not like a technically great movie. So I just really wanted to make a video about it and be like, how do we feel about this movie, guys? Really good at too. Thank you. Personality. Thank you. The chocolate factor got a funny words bit. Yeah. Really? Yeah, it was a disturbing episode. I did not have fun watching that part of the episode, any of the episode really, but it started as just like campy stranger danger, don't talk to strangers thing, and then it got dark and I was like, oh shit. Post on here, what you do? Oh, thank you, Paolo. You guys are all very sweet. Haunted Mansion is my Halloween guilty pleasure and one of my favorite movies. Same. I think literally last year on Halloween I was carving my pumpkin and had the Haunted Mansion movie on. So chill. As soon as I started checking out her stuff, I was like, "Thank you." That's what we're going for. My personality isn't very super in your face, so I was like, we're just gonna go for like a chill vibe. I can't pull off the super energetic. Oh yeah, it does that every once in a while too. I already had to approve like two of Cameron's comments, and it's like, thanks, chat. Thanks built-in chat moderation for never ever kicking out the actual spam, but only kicking out normal comments. Welcome back, Larry. I imagine wasn't that bad. Standalone, worse when you know the ride. And yeah, they messed up a bunch of lore with the ride, but thanks for that. I got you. Mask banned for a year? Wait, what? That would be interesting. Guilty pleasure, Scary Godmother. I love Scary Godmother. Scully is my favorite too, and the Scary Godmother herself. Phantom Manor movie would be great. And here are all over the top, trying so hard that it comes off as disingenuous. Well, if there's one thing, I try to be very me on camera, because I feel like it would be exhausting to be like obviously you put your best foot forward on camera, but like it'd be exhausting to be a completely different persona on camera. All right, let me get into the next chapter. Oh, are we interesting? Oh, we're back to the main. We're back to the main. Blood and Honey looks too creepy. I'm gonna have to cover it at this point. When does it come out? Do we know like when and where it's coming out? The Heffalumps and Woozles would be pretty fantastic. Oh, the kid that in anger. Oh, that's funny. Stop yelling at me and get off my lawn. younger brother was jokingly calling me old the other day, and I told him to get off my lawn. He found it funny. Mainstream, probably. Do we think it's gonna be on YouTube? If it's on YouTube, that's great, but now I'm gonna look it up. Hang on, sorry. I'll get back to the book in 1 second for people just coming in being like, why are we not reading? I thought that's what the stream was. Come on, computer. Is Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey real? Release date. I was gonna share the screen with chat, but I'm actually not sure some of these pictures would be chill with YouTube streaming, so we're just gonna do the. Yeah, unfortunately, it is real. Oh no, you're not distracting. I just was having a moment where I was like, but when is it? Doesn't seem like we know for sure. It says possible release date is October 20th of this month, but we actually don't know for sure. So let's get back to the book. Welcome to our party, Ichabod, Mr. Oh, no, we didn't. We're having the first time, for the first time, we're not switching back and forth. They're doing 2 chapters of this. Interesting. Definitely. This sounds... I've expected Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey to be a killer doll movie. I know, right? Yeah, there's so many things about Blood and Honey that just leave me with questions, and I feel like even after I cover it, I will not have those questions answered. Hi, everybody coming in. We are about to start Chapter 11 of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, Super Adventures of Wishbone. Welcome to our party, Ichabod, Mr. Van Tassel. Katrina's father greeted the schoolmaster on the front porch. The strong wind whipped Mr. Van Tassel's long hair about his face and scattered swirling leaves across the buckled shoes of his feet. Despite the chilly weather, the gentleman's smile was warm and happy. See, I'm just picturing the version of the dad from the Disney movie now. I am so pleased to be here, Ichabod said, his tail wagging. Already his whiskers tingled from the glorious aromas coming from the farmhouse. Mr. Van Tassel shook his paw. Please, he said, motioning toward the door, go inside and help yourself to the feast. Well, if you insist, Ichabod replied. He can't be okay with this kid marrying a dog. That's just a lot. Oh. He sat to a nearby servant and then trotted through the doorway. Ichabod gazed at all the delicious dishes piled high on the long wooden table. His mouth watered as he studied the platters of shortcakes, ginger cakes, and honey cakes. Then there were Mrs. Van Tassel's famous pies. Next, Ichabod spotted the hams, the smoked beef, and the roast chickens. He nearly fainted, overcome by the enormous amount of food. So much food, so little time, he declared. He picked up a plate and then piled it high with tasty treats. After licking his plate clean, he went back to the buffet table and piled his plate high again. And still a third time. Finally, his appetite temporarily satisfied, Ichabod lay down to watch the other partygoers. I feel like you're going to give yourself a stomach ache, Ichabod. Oh, look at him with his little paws on the table. I know, right? Regular chicken nuggets. Ooh, chicken nuggets. I'll catch back up on chat once I'm done with this chapter. Hi, Nightbot. Yes, we're all behaving ourselves. It's fine. Where was I? Partygoers. Ichabod suddenly sat straight up on his haunches. Katrina! Why, I was so distracted by the wonderful food that I have not yet greeted my lovely hostess. Ichabod leaped to his 4 feet and hurried into the adjoining parlor, searching for Katrina. There she is. Katrina stood in a corner, smiling and clapping in time to the music, being played by a hired orchestra. Oh my gosh. Ichabod checked to be sure he had no crumbs in his whiskers. I gotta be sure that I get all the crumbs out of my whiskers before I, a dog, try to seduce a human woman. Then he trotted over to the young woman, nails clicking on the wood floor. "Hello, Katrina," he said. He gazed at her with his best smile, just as he had practiced at home. "Hello, Mr. Crane," Katrina replied. "Is it not a lovely party?" "Oh, yes, it is indeed," Ichabod nodded so enthusiastically that his ears flapped up and down. Katrina waved at two young farmers who had just entered the room. Then she smiled at Ichabod. "I see the stormy weather hasn't kept people away," Katrina said, pleased at the guest turnout. Ichabod glanced at the window. The brewing storm caused the trees to dance wildly, scratching at the window panes. He shivered, remembering that Major Andre's ghost haunted those very woods behind the house. Then he looked back at Katrina. "How could anyone stay away from a party as much fun as this?" Ichabod told Katrina. "And those musicians are quite fine." The music was delightful, making his tail wag and his ears twitch. "Damn, musicians, you fine." Sorry. I'll never say that again. The rhythm was so catching. I thought it was catchy, and I was wrong, but I was correct. The rhythm was so catching that he could barely keep his four paws planted on the floor. "Would you care to dance? Please show me a picture of them dancing, please. I need to see how a dog dances with a human woman." "Damn it!" "I would love to, Mr. Crane." Katrina followed him onto the dance floor. Ichabod leaped up into the air and twirled, landing on his four legs, only to bounce up again. Okay, so it is like America's Got Talent. Nightbot is the homie. Yeah, Nightbot's just checking in. He's like, "You guys good? Anybody fucking anything up? No? Good, okay, bye." Katrina laughed gaily as she whirled around the dance floor, Ichabod at his heels. Other couples made room for the two joyful dancers. As Ichabod whirled around once more, he noticed Brom standing in the doorway, a scowl on his face. "Sorry, Brom," Ichabod thought as his paws left the ground again. "Not everyone can be as light on their feet as I am." Ichabod ducked and twirled. "Smooth move," Ichabod congratulated himself on his fancy footwork. "No one could accuse me of having two left paws." But he does have two left paws, because there's four paws anyway. Ichabod and Katrina took several more turns on the dance floor. The musicians took a break. "Let's get some fresh air out on the porch," Katrina suggested. "There are people bobbing for apples there." "I'd love to, Ichabod. Can you imagine in this day and age bobbing for apples with all of the, like, germ consciousness, especially in, like, COVID times? I can't even imagine." Ichabod followed the young woman through the happy crowd. The front porch had been enclosed again against the bad weather. People sat on the benches that lined the front wall of the house, chatting and drinking cider. A large wooden bucket sat on a table, and a man bent over it, trying to grasp an apple in his teeth. Two girls watched him. Let me try that again. Two girls watching him laughed as he lifted his head out of the bucket, water dripping down his face. "I give up," the man said with a grin. One girl gave him a thick cloth so he could wipe his face. Then the other girl picked his hat up off the bench and handed it to him as the three friends re-entered the main house. "Care to bob for apples, Ichabod?" Katrina asked. Ichabod leaped out onto the table and looked into the bucket of water. Then he looked back at Katrina. "Bobbing for apples, what a fun game. Yes, I think I will try this, actually." "After all, I have the perfect kind of teeth for a game such as this one. Let's see." Ichabod placed his paws on the sides of the bucket to steady himself. "Here I go." He plunged his muzzle into the water, trying to grab an apple in his sharp teeth, but his nose kept pushing the apples out of reach. He turned his head this way and that, his paws occasionally slipping into the water. Finally, he managed to nose the apple over to the side of the bucket. Opening his mouth wide, he sank his teeth into the apple. Ichabod pulled his dripping face from the water. He displayed the apple proudly in his mouth, then set the apple down. I got one, he declared. "Wonderful," Katrina cried. An old farmer and his son laughed and clapped. Brom Bones strutted into view. His friends, Hans and Dieter, were right beside him. Those three always seemed to travel in a pack, with Brom as the leader, Ichabod observed. Brom looked around the enclosed porch. Then he approached the table. "Hello, Brom," Katrina said, dimples appearing in her pink cheeks as she smiled. "Would you like to try bobbing for apples?" Brom stared down at the bucket and smiled. "No, I'd rather not," he replied. It's very easy, Brom, Katrina explained. Anyone can do it. Brom looked at Ichabod and grinned. I have no desire to have an apple stuck in my mouth like a roasted pig. Oh, you're no fun. Hans and Dieter laughed. Ichabod sat up on his haunches and shook the water from his fur. Oh, Brom, you really should give it a try, he urged. The Van Tassels have gone to great lengths to entertain us. It is only polite to take part in their games. How about one little bob? Brom only shook his head with a dismissive wave of his hand. He, Dieter, and Hans went back inside the house. Katrina shrugged and turned back to the apple bobbing bucket. Ichabod placed his paws alongside the bucket again and beamed up at Katrina. Ooh, let's see if I can bob and get another one. Oh, we get a third. We got three. We got 3 Ichabod chapters. 3 of them. 3 chapters, and then the next chapter we're back to the main. Woo. 2 left hind legs. Fair, that's fair. Because the front paws are the hands and the back paws are the feet. I missed a lot in chat. Hang on. R.I.P. Coolio. I completely didn't realize that Coolio had passed away, and then my mom told me that at dinner, and I was like, oh no, that's so sad. How did I not know that? A dog dances with a human woman for research. Yeah, I guess it's like, have you ever seen America's Got Talent, where like there's always the act that's like the person and their dog, and the dog like dances alongside the animal? I think it's like that, but I have questions. Hip-hop is some of the styles I grew up on. That's cool. My mom was really big into like 80s hip-hop growing back in the day. I just want to reach into the book and pet him. Same. He's bobbing for an apple. I know, he's a very good boy. Bobbing for apples was gross to begin with. Adds an extra layer when a dog is playing. Yeah. Yeah, because you think about the amount of just inevitable spit that's in there and how many, I'm not even that big of like a germaphobe person, but that's a lot, even for me. Ichabod wants to drown Brom, yeah. I once bobbed for apples and my sister thought it would be funny to sneak up and dunk my head under the wall. Oh no! And, like all the water went into your nose? That sucks. Oh my goodness. 30. We're making good time. I'm gonna run down and get a snack real quick. Sorry guys. If anybody can blame Palo. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get something that'll help. So I'll have a snack, but then also it'll probably help my voice from going completely out. Share stream. Part of childhood is indeed surviving your siblings. That is a fact. Okay, hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I am back. I have found cookies. I've procured cookies. And I am back. What did I miss? Oh god. What have I missed? Keys! Hi. Hello. Guess who's back? Back again. Let me press. Yeah, my chair still doesn't have a name. I think it needs a name. I've been outside all day. It was sunny. Hurt the fuck out of my eyes, so I closed all the curtains. Oof. Yeah, it's been like really clear here. Apparently, we're supposed to maybe get rain soon, but like it's been not a cloud in the sky all week here. I live by candle flame and my light's at 5% right now. Oh, it was pretty nice right now. The lighter, not the lighter! Oh my god, so I got more sealing wax so I could send you guys thank you notes and seal them with sealing wax because I'm super extra. And, more than once did I use the sealing wax and the flame kind of jumped to the envelope and I had to quickly blow it out because the envelope had kind of sort of caught on fire. It's a process. Found it. Yay! We found it! Good, just very moody. That's a whole vibe, I feel that. Avery's chair talks about stuff, like in the gag in the, Worst Witch video, with the practical chair moving and talking. I'd like to have wheels as feet when you are a chair. It's sarcasm online. That's true. That's true. I'm bad at picking it up, just reading text space. Well, see, what happened was I was looking for Sour Patch Kids. I found out that we were, in fact, out of Sour Patch Kids, so I went scrounging around and found chocolate Kaleidos, which are just double stuffed store brand Oreos, which are very good, by the way. Songs have been around for 7,000 years. Interesting. I mean, I only just recently learned the tone tags. I am responsible with fire. I had a moment where it's just like, oh god. Hi, Turner. Chairly. Hartley chair. I live in East Texas. On promises of rain that never come. But when we get storms in the south, we get storms. When it's a drought, it's bad. Yeah, I just recently started about knowing that tone tags exist and using them because I too am old. Bye, Turner. Sour Patch Kids are epic. Where are we? From fridge, also good. Why is there a fork for cookies? Oh. Because I'm weird and this is how I dunk Oreos. I'm very annoying about not wanting to get my fingers in the milk. I'm aware. Imagine being old. Once you do it once, you will never not do it. Wait, that's genius. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright. I'll get back to book now. Ooh, the sugariness did help my throat a little bit. It doesn't hurt or anything. I just am, like, by the end of last night's stream, it, like, was all but gone, and I was just, like, I'm just trying to keep it not that so we can finish. Alright, Chapter 12. Ichabod bobbed for apples several more times. His skill improved with each round. He gobbled down each new apple he snagged before bobbing for the next. Soon, a towering pile of apple cores rose beside the bucket. Would you care to try, Katrina? Ichabod asked. Katrina smiled and shook her head. No, I must greet our guests. I see that several more people have arrived. I'll join you. Ichabod leaped down from the table. Katrina laughed. I think you need to dry off first, she told him. All this bobbing for apples has left my fur quite damp, Ichabod realized. Well, perhaps you are right. I will find a nice fireplace while you attend to our other guests. Please save more dances for me, he said. I shall, Katrina promised. She and Ichabod re-entered the house. Katrina joined a group of bouquet-carrying young men just inside the front door. Ichabod went in search of a cozy fireplace so he could dry off. He trotted through the large house and found a group of people sitting on a wooden bench in front of a huge fireplace in the back parlor. Brom Bones leaned against the mantel, listening to the conversation. Ichabod flopped onto the rug in front of the fire and laid his nose on his paws. You know when your brain can't, like, picture the image, like, in time and it takes it a second to catch up? Yeah, germaphobe, I can't get your fingers in the milk. Awesome, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just don't want my fingers to get wet. Chapter 12. Well, there it is. Yes, we're in Chapter 12. That dog smell. Ooh, the smell is probably not good, now that you mention it. Yes, save the last dance for me, Katrina. That song won't be written for a couple hundred more years, but sentiment still stands. You know, Mrs. Van Kavner said, we're a bit overdue for another sighting of the Headless Horseman. Her husband glanced at her, one eyebrow raised. Is it that time of year again? She nodded firmly. Oh yes, I keep track of these things. After all, it is All Hallows Eve, Halloween. I feel like you don't need to keep track. If the Headless Horseman shows up on Halloween, that's pretty easy to remember. What do you think, Ichabod Crane? Mr. Van Kavner asked. Ichabod scrambled to his 4 feet, walked over to the bench, and sat down next to Mrs. Van Kavner. Oh, I agree. The signs are all around. Why, just the other evening, my schoolhouse was turned completely upside down by a poltergeist. A gasp went through the room. Brom shook his head and grinned, but Ichabod continued. That activity itself could be a sign that more strange ghosts are yet to come. Perhaps we will even have a visit from the Headless Horseman. I feel like Brom is single-handedly responsible for more than one urban legend, you know? Yep, now this was a fun stream. Later, folks. Bye, Cameron. See you later. Ichabod noticed Katrina standing by the doorway. Don't you agree, Katrina? He asked. Katrina glanced behind her toward the music and the laughter coming from the room behind her. I'm tired of all those stories, she complained. She smoothed the front of her party dress, then twisted a ribbon braid between her fingers. Won't you come dance with me, Ichabod? She asked. Just a moment, dear. Ichabod turned to Brom. What are your thoughts, Brom? Katrina rolled her eyes, then spun on her heels and left the room. It's a bunch of nonsense, if you ask me, Brom replied. All of them sitting there talking. Poor Katrina. Getting stood up by a dog. Ichabod stared at the man, his round brown eyes wide with surprise. The great Brom Bones is so foolish as to not believe in all these tales? Astonishing. Everyone else stared at Brom as well. They were speechless with shock. I can't wait to hear him explain himself, Ichabod thought. I mean, give me something I can touch or hit if I want to. Weird way to phrase that. Brom continued. The spirits are just that. Spirits. Exactly, Ichabod thought. Spirits are spirits, which is just one reason why they're so scary. If they were just ordinary people, we'd have nothing to fear. Spirits can do no more harm than a summer breeze, Brom declared. Old man Brower didn't believe in ghosts and spirits either, Mrs. Van Kravner said. That is, until the Headless Horseman nearly had him. Brower told me that the horseman kidnapped him and took him all the way to the old church bridge. Lucky for Brower that the horseman was unable to cross that bridge. Why, that's the very bridge I crossed to come here tonight, Ichabod realized. His fur bristled. The one near the church and the cemetery. Brom frowned and said, Brower is a drunk. Damn. Harsh. Brom is the wailing woman. Probably. Was originally recorded in 1960. Oh, I thought it was... Yeah. That's a little bit older than I thought it was. Brom when he goes... when he goes jogging across the land. Yeah. Now it's gonna be in my head. It's in my head all this season anyway, but it also just kind of pops into my head at random. Ichabod cocked his head, studying Brom. It surprises me that a man of your importance cannot see the significance of these signs, he told Brom to Mrs. Van Cavner. He said, Tell me more about Brower's story. Mrs. Van Cavner shuddered. Oh, it was terrible. I would have fainted on the spot. That's what I would have done. The group huddled closer together. Mrs. Van Cavner continued her story in a low voice. The headless horseman came upon the old man Brower in Sleepy Hollow just as the midnight hour. The evil creature forced Brower up onto his demon horse. No, Ichabod gasped. You guys know, New Girl? A white man? No! That's what I thought of, sorry. My brain. Mrs. Van Cavner nodded. He sat right behind the creature. Oh, what a ride it was. They galloped over the hills and through the valleys and over dry land and swamp. They reached the bridge. He shut her eyes as if to keep away the terrifying sight. What happened then? Ichabod asked in a whisper. Mrs. Van Cavner opened her eyes again. They glittered in the firelight. They reached the church bridge. There, right in front of Brower, mere inches away, the headless horseman turned into a skeleton. Ichabod's head thumped. Ichabod's heart thumped, not his head. How are they going to deal with the... What happens if Ichabod stands in for a character that dies? They don't kill the Ichabod stand-in character, right? Surprise Skeleton. Surprise Skeleton would be a great name for a band. New Girl is so funny. Ichabod's heart thumped. His tail wagged as he imagined the terrifying change. The skeleton had the strength of 10 men, Mrs. Van Cavner continued. It threw Brower from his horse. The poor man landed in the stream. He watched as the huge horse spring away over the treetops in a clap of thunder. What a story! Ichabod's heart thumped harder with excitement. So the horseman is never able to cross the bridge, he asked. That's useful to know. Brom laughed. You call yourself an educated man? He asked Ichabod. All you're doing is sitting around telling fairy tales. This bully knows so little. I assure you, Ichabod replied, it is very important to learn all you can about a spirit. Then you can take the proper steps to keep it away. I tell you this, Brom declared. If I should meet up with the headless horseman, I shall challenge him to a race. My daredevil can overtake any horse, especially one that is no more than a spirit. Then they would be able to... The horse is able to fly, Brom. I don't think you're keeping up with the story, Brom. All the human food certainly didn't kill him. True. Wishbone story. Wishbone is the main character. He wouldn't die as Ichabod. It's fine. It's fine. It's like in Big Christmas Carol, when they're like, should we warn the kids in the audience? No, it's fine. This is culture. Take care, Ichabod warned, glancing around. Ghosts are known to eavesdrop. You may find yourself having to live up to your boast. With his paw, he patted the little anti-witch bell dangling from his vest for courage. This is the anti-witch bell. We have an illustration. Yup, he thought, still there, right where I put it. Ha! Brom exclaimed. I'm not here for superstitious nonsense. I'm here for the party. Without another word, he went into the next room. Ichabod shook his head. Brom Bones may one day regret his ignorance, he said. You could be right, Mr. Van Cavner said. I heard of one poor farmer who did challenge the horseman. Really? Ichabod said, his ears pricking up. What happened? The gentleman in question had returned from the neighboring village of Sing Sing when the headless horseman made an appearance. Well, this lad was quite foolish, like our friend Brom, Mr. Van Cavener added with a nod towards the next room. He challenged the apparition to a race for a bowl of punch. The two were running neck and neck, finally arriving at the church bridge, but the moment the demon horse's hooves stamped onto the first plank, the horseman vanished into a fiery flash. What happened to the young man? Ichabod asked. Mr. Van Cavener shook his head. He was never quite the same after the race. He has long since left Sleepy Hollow. I once caught a glimpse of the headless horseman's horse, Mrs. Van Cavener admitted. And where did you see the frightening creature? Ichabod asked. It was tied to the fence that borders the graveyard next to the church, Mrs. Van Cavener told Ichabod. I can well imagine that church should be a favorite spot for troubled apparitions, Ichabod thought. It is so isolated and the path leading to the bridge is shadowed by towering trees, so sunlight can barely filter through. A gloom sits over it, even during the day, with the brightest daylight. Ichabod and the little group huddled on the bench, comparing notes about the headless rider. Outside, the wind moaned, and the bare tree branches beat against the windows as the moon rose high into the Halloween sky. Halloween Sky would be a great name for a band. Why each story is more fur-raising than the last, Ichabod noted, as the storytellers shared their terrifying tales in hoarse whispers. Ichabod glanced around and saw other guests eating and dancing. Perhaps I should go back to Katrina, he thought. Then Mrs. Van Cavener began to tell another scary tale. Well, just one more story, he decided. Then I'll make like a party animal again. He jumped from the bench and lay back down in front of the fire. Now that bell has been rung. All of us spooks here. Well, if I'm the ghost host, then I definitely have to go. We just Daredevil. Probably. Be Hollow 1999, John Doe. Yes, excited. Very excited. To cover that. That's my favorite Sleepy Hollow. Whoop. And I unplugged my phone. Whoops. Okay. Ichabod leaped up at the sound of footsteps entering the room. His heart beat a bit faster until he realized the new arrival was none other than his host, Mr. Van Tassel. All right, folks, Mr. Van Tassel arrived. It's time for you all to go to your own homes. Ichabod glanced around and realized that the fire... What? Can you imagine having the assertiveness to tell people to leave? I don't. The man is just like, get out of my house. Good for him. Nice job courting Katrina, Ichabod, right? Poor Katrina. Well, I mean, it's a dog. He might have done her a favor. I feel like she needs to be with a human person. Imagine not having anxiety. I just can't, you know? It's just like, what do people do with all their extra time if they don't have anxiety? Ichabod glanced around, realizing the fire had burned down so low it was nearly nothing but ashes. He and Mr. and Mrs. Van Cavener were the only guests still remaining. Oh dear, Mrs. Van Cavener said. Look how late it has become. Ichabod yawned and stretched his forelegs. He had been sitting for such a long time that his furry limbs were stiff. He looked around. Where is Katrina? He asked Mr. Van Tassel. She went to bed hours ago, Mr. Van Tassel answered. It's past midnight. Imagine going to bed on time. Ichabod's fur bristled. Past midnight, he repeated. Uh-oh, this isn't good. Past midnight on All Hallows Eve. I'd say I couldn't come up with a more unlucky time for traveling if I tried. Ichabod trotted over to a window and looked out. The wind moaned and whistled, scraggly tree branches waved, and a few loose wooden shutters slammed against the house. Mrs. Van Cavener shuddered. I'm glad I don't have to go through Sleepy Hollow on a night like this. Why Our home is in the opposite direction. She stood and walked over to her husband. Let's guess what the next word is. Husband. Yay! She then wrapped her shawl more tightly around herself. Her husband patted her shoulder to calm her. Then he turned to Ichabod. Say, Ichabod, he said, don't you pass through Sleepy Hollow on your way home? Why, yes, Ichabod replied, trying to keep the fear out of his voice. Mr. and Mrs. Van Cavner exchanged a worried look. Then Mrs. Van Cavner gave Ichabod a bright smile. Well, if anyone can handle the headless horseman, it's Ichabod Crane, she said. I can? Ichabod gulped. I mean, of course I can. He trotted toward the front door, then stopped. I think, he added under his breath, Ichabod knows he has to face the dark night even though he is scared. Joe also has to face something that frightens him. Well, with me by his side, I'm sure that Joe can handle any trouble in his path, even the supernatural kind. I hope. Hopefully for Joe, he does better than Ichabod Crane. Ichabod missed all the party guests doing Cotton Eye Joe. Oh my gosh. I hate going to parties at people's houses. I'd rather go to them. Yeah. I'm just a pretty antisocial person, and the older I get, the more antisocial I get. The dark night or night? Night like evening. And then Batman comes out. I used to, when my brother was younger, because my brother hates Cotton Eye Joe. It's just, to be fair, it's a pretty repetitive, annoying song. So when I was trying to get on his nerves when we were kids, I would chase him around the house playing Cotton Eye Joe on my phone. More social than I'll ever be. Well, this is fun. This is the kind of social that I like being. Because I'm still in my safe little recording room closet, you know? Social sometimes? Yeah, that's a good way to be. Yep, never had a prom. Pumpkin patches, yes. Cotton Eye Joe is a classic of bad music. Yes, indeed it is. Love Wishbone. I love Wishbone too. All right. So, let's see. Thank you, everybody, for showing up for Wishbone. It makes me very happy. I'm having a lot of fun reading Wishbone. A virtual prom. I'm not even sure how a virtual prom would happen, but that sounds like fun. We still need to get Natasha in here to do a stream sleepover. Turn on music and dance in your chair. I can wear my I don't know what I would wear to a virtual prom. Something fancy. All right, who's ready to learn more about what happens with the scavenger hunt? I am. No proms, just booze and Beyond Belief. I wish we could do Beyond Belief on live. Because I want to do all the videos, but like it'd be fun to like once Beyond Belief is all covered to do like a massive live stream where we just marathon it. But I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to get away with that on live because it can be tricky just getting the videos posted. Probably didn't miss out on that much on prom. Probably. That's fine. Chapter 13. Lucky number 13. My mom swears that we have to count 13 as super lucky so that it's not unlucky. Oh no, Joe murmured. Anything but this. Ooh, he didn't want to go to number 13 and it's in chapter 13. I see what they did. Neither did I, Patrick. It's overrated by everything I heard. Yeah, it's fine. I always joke I was on that movie Blockers. That was a fake prom. I got to do fake prom. Wishbone stood on the sidewalk beside Joe and stared up at the old abandoned Murphy house. Joe looked down at the clue he held in his hand. Sam and David stood on either side of him. He crumpled the paper and dropped it to the ground. Are you sure this is the right address? Wishbone asked. It doesn't exactly look as if a tea party is going to be held here. He glanced up at Joe. Well, you don't look happy about being here, he observed. This isn't good, Joe said in a low voice. Bang! Everyone jumped as a broken shutter hit the peeling side of the house. The old Murphy place loomed silently in the front of them. In front of them. There's no the in that sentence. Hidden among almost completely by shadows and a lot of overgrown weeds. Two jack-o'-lanterns sat grinning on the porch. The candlelight inside of them flickered, making them look as if they were winking. Okay, Wishbone said. It is just me. Is it just me, or did things just get really spooky? A small figure dressed in silver ran towards them. Hey, look, Wishbone said. It's Jimmy. I'm not going in, Jimmy exclaimed. As soon as he came up to the group, he went in, but I'm not going in. Do you mean that Demont is already in there, Sam asked. Jimmy nodded. He's been in there a really long time, Jimmy told them. Oh no, Sam groaned. Quick, guys, let's go. She went through the broken down gate and into the overgrown yard. Then she stopped and turned around. Come on, she urged. What are you waiting for? Demont is going to beat us to the grand prize. Wishbone, David, and Joe just stood on the pavement looking at her. Finally, Joe answered, I can't. Sam looked puzzled. What do you mean you can't? David glanced at Joe, then at Sam. It's haunted, David explained. The house is haunted. Haunted? I knew there was something I didn't like about this place, Wishbone said. No wonder that sneaky black cat wants to hang around here. Sam shook her head. It's just the old Murphy place. I'm sure it's safe. It's not safe, Joe said. He shuddered slightly. Believe me, I know. Wishbone began to back away from the house. Joe's word is good enough for me, folks, he said. Let's go home and have some of Ellen's cookies. He's right, David said. Of course I'm right, Wishbone responded. Then he realized David was referring to Joe. So you agree with Joe, David? Wishbone asked. You two think the house is haunted too? What? Sam said, confused. I knew it, Jimmy explained. I told Demont that it was haunted. I did, but he didn't listen. I told him it was probably full of... Sam glanced over at Joe. Jimmy, she said quickly. Enough, okay? Jimmy nodded and became silent. Sam turned to Joe. Now what are you talking about? Yeah, Joe, tell us what's going on, Wishbone said. I don't think I've ever seen you like this. Something really scary must have happened to you to have you so spooked. Even Sam isn't letting poor Jimmy speak. Poor Jimmy. Granted, there was no such thing as a prom back in my day. You just had the square dances. The bad food, the spiked punch, the dancing, the people who show up in animal masks. So, I don't think it's sad to go to prom alone. I might meet somebody at prom. You never know. In 2 years at first, I didn't want to go. But after COVID, I want to go to prom. I know a lot of people didn't go. I was just homeschooled, so we didn't have that kind of thing. No dancing either, just churning butter and making golf. Wow, sounds like a fun childhood. Paulo, are you old enough to remember the Salem witch trials, or was that before your time? Only 141. You're not old enough to remember that. That was before your time. Wish I could have. Not gonna lie, just for the experience. LOL. Oh, COVID. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know if COVID, I mean, COVID. I don't know if prom is for everyone. I think that's valid. I miss those days, those Salem trials. I heard firsthand how bad they were. Okay. Joe took a deep breath and glanced at David. So far, Joe had been able to avoid the Murphy house, but now it seemed his luck had just run out. Figures, he thought. This is just the way I expected a Halloween night to go. I don't like how he hates Halloween. That's sad. David nodded encouragingly, and Joe let out a sigh. I should get this off my chest, he thought. Joe could see a look of concern on Sam's face. I better start talking, or Sam's going to think it's a lot worse than it is, he told himself. In fact, it seems almost silly to talk about it. Only it didn't seem silly at the time. The fear Joe felt as he stood gazing at the Murphy house was totally serious. It happened a long time ago, Joe began. It was the first Halloween that my mom let me go trick-or-treating without her. He's 13 now. How young was he when he got to go trick-or-treating by himself? My parents would never. He asked his mom over and over to be allowed to go on his own. He felt he was too big to have to be taken everywhere by his mom. If only he had known how that night was going to turn out. David and I went all over the neighborhood that night, he continued. He glanced over at David. Some kids talked about going to Thunder Road. I was the one who wanted to go, David added. Thunder Road, Wishbone repeated. That's where we are right now. Where was I? Sam asked. And why don't I remember this? Wishbone wondered. You were on that trip with your mom, David explained, remember? And Wishbone didn't go with us because he was still a puppy. Oh, Wishbone smiled. The whistling wind blew Sam's blonde hair onto her shoulder. And she brushed it back. What happened? She asked. Joe glanced around. It was windy that night, too. But there was also lightning. He shivered and then shoved his hands deep into his pockets. It was easy to picture that windy night. The house didn't seem that bad from the street, Joe remembered, so I walked toward the place. Slowly. Joe remembered he had headed up the overgrown path. The wind had howled around him. Trees had seemed to reach toward him. The closer I got, the worse the place looked. Joe's heart began to pound harder, just as it did all those years ago. The memory of the experience was so clear even now. And the noises, thunder, creaks, and moans, and I didn't think I could do it, but I had to. I wasn't going to turn back, not in front of David. Too bad you didn't have your brave and faithful dog with you, Wishbone said. Then it would have been easy. Joe recalled the flashes of lightning that had made him jump. They had created terrifying shadows across the front of the house. I reached out to grab the doorknob, Joe continued, when, bam, the door suddenly blew open. To this day, he wasn't sure how that door had opened. Maybe it was the wind, but how could... Joe shook his head hard and shut his eyes. But the scene had been drawn forever in his memory. The creepy feelings suddenly threatened to overtake him, even now. He took a deep breath. There, when I went inside, was a pair of flaming orange eyes staring right at me. Wow, Sam murmured. Joe gave a nervous laugh. I've never been so scared in my life. Believe me, I ran out of there so fast I could have won a medal for sprinting. He could still feel those strange eyes digging right into him. His hands began to feel clammy. Take a sip of my drink. Dances and seeing friends. We had 1,000 people in your class? Wow. Have the reunion at the high school? That'd be fun. 4,100-ish in our whole high school? Wow, that's a big school. Oh, he's 14. Okay. Still, though. Even if he was like 10, I can't imagine my mom letting me go trick-or-treating at 10. At 32, I think. Oh. No Santa Claus. Oh. What's really depressing about Wishbone? Yeah, that is sad. Pretty dark for PBS Kids. Yeah, PBS Kids got real. That's what the creator said in an interview. I read Joe's father died of a rare blood disease 2 or 3 years before the show. Oh. My mom didn't let me do anything alone. Same. I didn't go away to camp until I was like 16. Had it upside down. Spooky, Wishbone shivered under his fur. Why did you go there in the first place? Sam asked. David gazed at his shoes. He scuffed his sneaker toe on the sidewalk. I dared him, David finally admitted. I don't think I can go back in there now, Joe said. He shook his head. It's just my luck that the final clue should lead us here, on Halloween no less. A scream from inside the Murphy house startled them all. What's that? Wishbone demanded, his fur bristling. Uh-oh. A gust of wind blew open the door. Then, with a hiss, the black cat dashed out of the tall grass and ran into the dark house. In a flash, Wishbone took off after it. Joe, he called, it's the cat. Come on. We've got him trapped inside. Wishbone, no, Joe shouted. Wishbone dashed onto the porch and into the house. He was determined to catch the cat. You're not getting away from me this time, kitty, he promised. You're not going to bring any more bad luck tonight. If you can go into this old house, so can we. Joe and I can handle anything a cat can. Don't blame the cat. Again, I'm gonna say it. Don't blame the cat. Oh no, Joe murmured to his friends. It's not safe in there. Anything could happen to Wishbone. With a shake of his head, Joe raced toward the Murphy house. David and Sam ran just steps behind him. Jimmy sat down beside the crooked fence. I'm not going in there, he called after them. Maybe not, Joe thought to himself, as he hesitated on the threshold of the gloomy and haunted house, but I guess we are. Sam ran back to Jimmy. Here, use this flashlight if you want to, she offered. Jimmy smiled at Sam. She smiled back and returned to the house. We got another modern day chapter. Real world chapter. I don't know what we call these. What happened? We do cool things. Fun fact, I rode a camel with my grandmother once. Oh, that's fun. Pick what movie to watch later. Your suggestions can't be any worse than what I recently watched. Oh boy. Well, everybody knows what happens when I suggest movies. Let me try to see. What kind of movie do you feel like watching? Did the camel say hump day? Mike. Wishbone, don't hurt the kitty. I'm trying to think of genuinely good movies. Guess what day it is? Classic commercial. Related. Okay. Have you ever seen Trick or Treat? You probably have, but Trick or Treat is one of my favorite like Halloween movies because it's just a lot and I love it. Other than that, let's see. Yes and same. Okay. Let's see. I had a black cat. My black cat passed away a few months ago. Demon Knight? I've never seen that. What is Demon Knight? Yo. Oh, thank you. It's okay. She was a very old kitty. Oh, the Tales from I never saw the Tales from the Crypt movies. Oh, it's okay. I knew what you meant, David. I appreciate it. I once had a black cat a long time ago. That cat was named Binks from from Hocus Pocus. If I ever get another black cat, I'm naming that said cat Binks for sure. Magic. Oh, that's cute. My friend has 2 black cats. One of them is named Luna Pancake, and the other one is I'm blanking. I'm blanking on the other cat's name, but they're very adorable little cats. Old owners named him. Yeah. All of my animals are rescues. They just kind of, we joke that cats and dogs just kind of show up in our house. Even my brother's birds that he had, you know, we never like go out and be like, let's go get a pet. We just kind of, animals just kind of show up at our house and we're like, I guess this lives here now. Right. That cat was a feral rescue. She hated me the first 4 months. Oh. I've had a few fosters like that. They're very, we call them spicy, the spicy cats. They're very grouchy, and then they're like, oh, this person is feeding me and stuff. I guess we're cool. Then they really get along with their new owners, which makes me happy. Joe came to a sudden halt at the moment he crossed the creaking threshold of the Murphy house. He could feel his heart pounding, and he knew it wasn't because of that quick sprint across the lawn. I'm actually inside this place, he thought as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. He took a deep breath. Stay cool, he told himself. Wishbone might need him. He could feel sweat dripping down his forehead. Sam and David stepped up behind Joe. Wow, Sam said. Look at this place. It's even worse than I remember, Joe said under his breath. Don't press the panic button, he ordered himself. The house is just decorated for Halloween. Mr. Del Rio sure did a great job. Joe shook his head. Too bad that doesn't make me feel any better. Here, kitty, 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 Wishbone called into the darkness of the house. He heard Joe, Sam, and David enter the house behind him. Sorry, Joe, he said, trotting over to join them. He got away from me again. Joe and his friends stood in the front hallway, staring at their surroundings. What are you all looking? Wishbone scanned the room. It was almost pitch black, and the torn curtains and broken shutters allowed the full moon to cast strange shadows throughout the dark entryway. A rolling fog blew down the rickety staircase from the second floor. Where is that coming from? Wishbone wondered. He watched the thick mist float toward them down the stairs. It poured through the slats in the dusty railing, filling the entryway with a cold bluish haze. Cobwebs hung from the empty light fixtures, chandeliers, and doorways. Wishbone shivered. It sure is creepy in here, he thought. Bang! Wishbone leaped high into the air at the sound of the door to the house slamming shut behind them. Sam let out a gasp of surprise. Joe shut his eyes tight. Well, this has been fun. Can we go home now? Wishbone asked. Slowly. Joe opened his eyes and began to breathe normally again. It's probably Mr. Del Rio having fun with us, Sam assured Joe. To Wishbone, though, Sam sounded as if she was trying to convince herself to. Come on, Joe, she added. I'm sure there's nothing... Sorry, how did I lose my place? I'm sure there's nothing to be afraid of. Joe took a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. Right, I can do this, he said firmly. Let's get the prize and get out of here. Deal, David agreed. I'm right behind you, Wishbone said. You go first. The group stepped through the doorway that led into the main room. Instantly, faint, eerie green lights clicked on. Who turned on the lights? Wishbone asked. He looked at David, Sam, and Joe. If none of you did, and I didn't, then who? He turned his head around quickly to see if anyone was behind him. David glanced around the room. There must be motion detectors hidden somewhere. They turn on the chandelier above us when anyone enters the room. Yeah, I knew that, Wishbone said. He completely wrapped... Hang on. He stopped short at the sight of 4 mummies completely wrapped in gauzy bandages and sprawled in chairs and tables. Dusty teacups and saucers and a teapot draped with cobwebs sat on the table in front of them. Guys, Wishbone said, we're not alone. I think we found the tea party, David told everyone. Wishbone stared at the mummies. I guess this is what happens if you wait too long for your snacks. Geico has some of the greatest ads ever. Yes. The stupid teens in a horror movie is one of my favorites, yeah. Daughters have decided that now, 25 minutes past bedtime, is the time to play Christmas music on the Alexa like I'm not going to hear their shenanigans. Oh. Can't wait for you to read the other Wishbone book I sent. Yeah, I can't wait either. I'm not sure which book should we read next. We could do another. I can poll the audience too. But we could do another Scooby-Doo. We could do the other Wishbone. We could do Goosebumps. God knows, I have a ton of Goosebumps. We have Hardy Boys books. Patrick sent a great Hardy Boys book too, so we've got options. I also found all those books at Goodwill, so we have so many books to read. So many books. Wishbone can wait until next month. Maybe. We'll see what happens. I can't wait to read it though. It's gonna be really fun. Decided to explore the other side of the room. Wishbone followed her. She knew that Joe was nervous. She wanted to prove to him there was really nothing to be afraid of. In fact, she thought this haunted house setup was really quite clever. Her team probably still had a chance to win the grand prize gift certificate. Sam came to a set of doors with words scrawled in red letters across them. Family fortune, she read aloud. Reaching for the door handles, she pulled open the doors and something leaped out at her. A skeleton, Sam gasped and jumped back, trying to duck out of the reach of the chattering bones swinging toward her. Wishbone covered his eyes with his paw. Put it back, Sam. Sam took several deep breaths. She shook her head at the skeleton, which now hung crooked from a closet door. It's okay, Wishbone, she said. It's not real. Wishbone backed up. I know that, he said. And you know that, but does the skeleton know that? Sam could see that the swinging skeleton was attached to some kind of pulley system, strung with nearly invisible fishing wire. It was rigged so that it would leap out at anyone opening the door. Sam patted Wishbone, then she straightened her pith helmet. I can't imagine why Joe thinks this place is haunted, but don't let this place get to you, she told herself. What else is going to jump out at us, Wishbone wondered. He trotted alongside Sam as they rejoined David and Joe in the center of the large room. David glanced over Sam's shoulders, and a puzzled expression crossed his face. Hey, he said, pointing to the tea party setup. Wasn't the mummy just sitting over there? You mean they're moving around while we're not watching? Wishbone asked, and I thought the black cat was sneaky. Look at this. Joe reached over to a small side table and picked up a bright orange napkin. What? Sam asked. It's a clue, Joe explained. He took the napkin over to the fireplace and held it up to the flickering candle sitting on the mantel. It says the green player will show you the light. We could use some stronger light in here, Wishbone said. Green player, David said. He glanced around. I don't see anyone playing anything. Suddenly, a loud thud from upstairs made them all tense up again. All of Wishbone's sharp senses went on high alert. What was that? David asked, gazing upward at the ceiling. He sounded nervous. I don't know, Joe stammered. Well, I do, Sam told them. Demont. Wishbone's ears stood up at the mention of Demont's name. Oh, really? He dashed back into the front hallway. All right. The monster, he called up the stairs. I'm ready for you. Wow, harsh, Wishbone. It's a child. That's a whole child. Wishbone looked through the fog that streamed down the stairway. Trying to scare my buddy, are you? The dog challenged. Ready or not, I'm coming up there. With that, Wishbone raced up the creaking staircase to the second story of the Murphy house! Exclamation point. I'm the kind of dog who leaps to meet any challenge. Ichabod is a little more hesitant to do so. Still, he bravely heads out into the gloomy Halloween night. Wishbone is becoming a Scooby-Doo here. Yeah, well, we had to read, we read half of the book last night and half of the book tonight, so. And then, Patrick sent one more. It's a Wishbone Mysteries, and then I also have a Wishbone's Classic, and it's Jekyll and Hyde. Do the Wishbone Halloween special episode based on the Legend of Sleepy Hollow sometime. I'm gonna do it soon. Hey, Liza. I'm gonna do it really soon. I've got a few videos pre-recorded, and I've got some collabs coming up, but the next I sit down to record a video all on my own, that'll be the next one. And then we'll do the Sleepy Hollow Tim Burton movie. I am back. I got distracted. Welcome back. I know that feeling well. We doing Wishbone book stream. Both dogs. I see what you did there. Yeah. Yes, welcome back, David. I would love a Scooby-Doo Wishbone crossover. I would absolutely love that. I'm gonna also have to cover Scooby-Doo Courage the Cowardly Dog, aren't I? Yes. What's the story? Wishbone. I love the idea of the dog that loves to read. It's just cute. Okay. Never heard about Wishbone till now. Honestly, I covered a while back. I covered the episode of Wishbone that's the Sherlock Holmes episode. Well, I've been meaning to cover more episodes, so I think this is a good opportunity. Reading the book and then doing a video about the episode. Sleepy Hollow. It's cute. One of those classic PBS kids shows. Wishbone was cute, but also pretty good PBS show. Yes. Oh yeah, for sure. PBS Kids had a lot of good shows on back in our day. For those of you who are my age, old and weathered as we are. You have no choice in the matter now. That is Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. The first one's great. The return to Zombie Island is a lot, but the first one's great. That also needs to be covered soon. All right, back with Ichabod. Ichabod. There's a return to Zombie Island. Yeah. I didn't know about it until semi-recently either. All right, chapter 15. Ready or not, here I go, Ichabod thought as he stared into the dark night. The dark night rises? Question mark? No, just kidding. Nothing should scare the intelligent and brave Ichabod Crane, Mr. Van Tassel said, leading Ichabod to his horse. The Van Caverners, that's how you say that name, I think, had already climbed into their carriage and were heading along the road in the opposite direction from Sleepy Hollow. I imagine you would be able to show those spirits a thing or two, Mr. Van Tassel told Ichabod. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, Ichabod mumbled. Mr. Van Tassel held the reins as Ichabod leapt up onto the saddle. Ichabod hopes that Gunpowder would be in a cooperative mood. Gunpowder gazed around sleepily. Chewing on a strand of hay, Ichabod took the reins from Mr. Van Tassel and held them tightly in his teeth. He gave them a sharp snap to get the horse in motion, then began the long journey home. Why, it's the witching hour, he realized with a pinch of fear. The moon hung low and full in the dark sky. The glittering stars twinkled brightly, but they did not hold back the darkness. Suddenly, gusting winds blew dark clouds across the night sky. The clouds blotted out the stars and moonlight. Plunging Ichabod and Gunpowder into pitch blackness. Each time another cloud crossed in front of the moon, Ichabod's paws clutched tightly onto the pommels of the saddle, and his teeth clenched the reins even more tightly than before. Why did I have to stay so long at the party? Ichabod asked himself. I could have been home asleep by now, curled up in my warm bed, my ears flopped onto my soft pillow. Now look at the trouble I'm in. Ichabod shivered, remembering how, fur tingling. My brain was trying to put it together because it looked like this was a word that had been cut off. It's fur tingling, but I was like, what word is that? Fur tingling the ghost stories had become by the time most of the guests had gone home. That Mrs. Van Cavner is like an encyclopedia of supernatural knowledge. She must know every haunted spot in all of Sleepy Hollow, as well as in the surrounding villages. Ichabod glanced fearfully around. He knew that many of Mrs. Van Cavner's tales took place all along the route he was riding. Giddy up, he urged Gunpowder. The poor animal continued to plod along the trail. Come on, giddy up, I say. But the horse ignored its rider. Ichabod knew he was in for a very long journey. This horse is making all local stops, he thought. Ichabod tried to keep his eye on the path straight ahead. Yet somehow he could not help but glance over at the gigantic tree from which the unfortunate Major Andre had been hanged. Yikes. How can I not stare at that tree, he thought. It towers over the road. Indeed, the gnarled and twisted limbs seemed to reach straight out toward Ichabod. The branches were thick enough to be tree trunks themselves. The tree had an ugly, depressing presence. Ichabod would have guessed that it was haunted, even if Katrina had not told him its gloomy history. Ichabod began to whistle, just to keep myself company. His voice shook as he sang a few notes. Then he quickly fell silent. What's that? His ears pricked up. Do I hear a fellow whistler? His ears flopped back down into the relaxed position. When he realized the whistling he had heard was only the sounds of the late night wind. He looked at Major Andre's tree and felt his heart thump a little faster. Something white. They're standing out against the blackness of the tree trunk. What can it be? He gazed fearfully at the tree as he rode past it. Ah, it's just a spot where the bark has peeled off the trunk. No doubt it's the result of having been struck by lightning. All perfectly normal. Nothing supernatural about that. I like that he's not scared of getting struck by lightning, but he is scared of ghosts. See, I think the strat is just make friends with all the ghosts, and then, then you don't have any beef. Ichabod must have nervously flicked the reins because the horse actually picked up a little speed. Either that, or the horse is aware of spirits in the area. Animals are very sensitive to all things supernatural. Don't think about that, he scolded himself. Just be grateful that the horse is moving more quickly. One ghost down. How many more to go? Ichabod wondered. What of the most terrifying spirit of all? Will the dreaded headless horseman make an appearance tonight? Oh dear, Ichabod whispered. What new dangers lie up ahead? I still have to make my way over the haunted stream, though, or through Wily Swamp, then into the very... Oh my gosh, we get another picture of horseback riding dog! Heart of Sleepy Hollow, right into the heart of Headless Horseman's territory. Gulp. Are we at the stream already? Ichabod asked. That meant he would have to guide Gunpowder across the little bridge into the marshy swamp. If only he could convince the horse to move a little faster. Ichabod kicked the horse with a hind leg. To his shock, Gunpowder responded. Instead of going straight, however, the horse lurched sideways. I see you're not used to riders and their instructions, Ichabod said. He tugged the reins sharply in the other direction. He didn't want to end up half on and half off the bridge, but this movement seemed to confuse Gunpowder even more. Every moment I delay is another chance for the spirits to surround me, Ichabod realized. Fear rose in his chest. I must get this beast moving. He kicked the horse again. Finally, Gunpowder made it over the planks and to the other side of the stream. Ichabod was now in the very thick of Sleepy Hollow. He noticed that the trees seemed to grow closer together on this side of the stream. The sky itself seemed darker, as if the stars were farther away and the moon was fading. Ah! Ichabod shrieked as Gunpowder came to a sudden stop. Ichabod was flung forward. He had to grip the horse's tangled mane. We got a third picture. Grip the horse's tangled mane in his paws to keep from being thrown to the ground. He could feel the horse trembling beneath him. Uh-oh, he thought, that's not a good sign. Ichabod turned his head around quickly at the sound of a rooster crowing in the distance. That's not a good sign either. A rooster crowing just after midnight is a terrible omen. Come on, Gunpowder. Please, please, please get a move on. Check in with chat. Stick to the first note taken, yeah. First Zombie Island is great. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the second one. I saw it when I found out that it existed. And, like, I've seen worse things, but, like, it's definitely not the first one. The first one's fantastic. Which one was entertaining enough to get a teenager to tolerate having to watch it? It's so cute! I think everybody likes Wishbone. The few that knew about it, it's so odd. I'm not a big Scooby-Doo fan yet. I'm always up to date on it. That's funny. See, I'm usually falling behind on, like, the newest Scooby-Doo stuff because there's so much Scooby-Doo stuff that comes out, but I do love Scooby-Doo. I've always loved Scooby-Doo. Hope you don't mind that there's going to be quite a bit of Scooby-Doo coming out soon. This was Mr. Van Ripper's master plan. Yeah. Because he didn't do the chores on the farm. Hanging in Wishbone, who would have thought? Well, Wishbone deals in the classics, so Wishbone just naturally gets pretty dark. They do what they can to make it less dark than the original, but it's still whatever. Pizza! Good to see you. Dog, you riding horsey? Yes. Horseback riding dog, Kermit arms. Yay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm late. No worries. Glad to see you here. How are things? Oreo milk. Yes. Did you see the new Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo? I have not seen it yet. I have not, but I want to. This week has been super crazy busy. Oh my god, there's been so much going on this week. Oh my god, I love the picture. For anybody just joining in, we have a dog. We have Wishbone riding a horse. So it is a Jack Russell Terrier riding a horse. And oh my god, I want to frame this picture. Apparently they gave Velma lesbian love story with a fabulous stylist villain. It's amazing. Yes, I did hear that she was canonically gay now, which is fantastic. Everybody was messaging me all day being like, did you see? And I was like, yes, it's fantastic. We'd love to see it. For the moment, the horse was too frightened to move. What should I do? Ichabod's heart pounded faster and faster. Should I simply get down from the horse and lead him the rest of the way? That could take hours, he realized. Splish, splish, splish. What's that? Ichabod gasped. This time, the shivering that went from his nose to his tail told him he wasn't imagining things. Something, or someone, was edging along the swampy marsh. "Hello?" he called. No answer. "Nothing," Ichabod whispered to himself. "It's nothing." Then he heard another sound, even closer. Ichabod's fur bristled. He sniffed the air, trying to catch the scent. The sound from the swamp had moved. Now it was coming from the bushes. Whatever it was headed his way. It sounded very much like a horse's hooves. No doubt about it, Ichabod thought. I am not alone. But horseshoes are lucky, so let's just imagine that all 4 of the horse's horseshoes are lucky, and we're good. She is. Love that. Yes. But I had yogurt ice cream. Nice. Sounds good. The situation is getting very terrifying for Ichabod and Sleepy Hollow. Pretty scary events are taking place in Oakdale, too. Why did I just have the moment of, I don't want to spoil myself? Like, I don't want to spoil myself, but it is pretty funny. When we're reading these, I'm always like, oh dear God, I don't want to accidentally see who the bad guy is. Where was the one? That was the one that we read last. Who did Velma did the clue keeping in the last one we read, right? And then we're on this one, the night. Same bone time, same bone channel. Yep. Remember having a girlfriend in mystery. Yeah. She did have Mystery Incorporated. She definitely did have a female love interest too. Oh no, a full moon. See, witching hour, full moons. I think that's just a time. That's just a good time. That's just a party. To make moon water, LMAO. I'm underprepared. Wait, is it wait, in real life? I almost said IRL, and then I would have been so disappointed in myself. When is our next full moon? When is the next full moon? Unless you're a werewolf, that transformation is painfully off. Are you a time-traveling werewolf, Follow? It is tonight. Thanks for a reminder. Maybe. I mean, that's cool. They're fuzzy. That's why I'm like, must make moon water. I'm running out. I am fuzzy. I love it. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. I would have woken up tomorrow and been like, shit. Full moon, I missed it. Okay, Demont Wishbone Challenge. You want to turn this into a game of hide and seek? I have to warn you, I'm one dog who has a nose for sniffing out even the most secret hiding places. As he reached the top of the stairs, the terrified terrier, he's afraid of nothing. The terrier had trouble figuring out which way to go. The fog blurred his usually fine vision and interfered with his sense of smell. Whenever anybody uses the word fine, I wonder if they mean the old-fashioned way or the modern way. Because, like, old-fashioned, it's like, wow, this is super great. This is very fine. But then it's like, it's fine. Is his vision, like, fine? Or is it, fine? The second floor is as creepy as the first floor, Wishbone noticed. He gazed at the shadowy doorways, creaking floorboards, and cobwebs hanging everywhere. Now, where did Demont go, he wondered. Come out, wherever you are, he called. Aha! Just as Wishbone passed an open door, he thought he caught Demont's scent. He went inside the room and into a closet, only to discover it was empty except for a few articles of clothing hanging from the rod. Well, Demont may be here now, Wishbone thought, sniffing the floor. May not be here now, Wishbone thought, sniffing the floor, but he's been here recently. I'm on the trail. He turned to follow the scent when wham! The door slammed in his face. Whoa! He exclaimed. I nearly lost my nose there. He pushed at the door with his paw, but it didn't budge. Trapped! He gasped. He pushed again, but it was no use. Okay, what does a dog do in a case like this? He makes as much noise as possible. Wishbone stood on his hind legs, leaned his front paws against the door, and barked, and barked, and barked some more. Okay, I've tried barking, howling, yapping, yipping, and general noise-making, he thought. When is someone going to let me out? Finally, the door opened. Joe, Sam, and David stared down at him. Gosh, Wishbone said, trotting out of the closet. What took you so long? I went through my entire vocal range. How did you get in there? Joe asked. Somebody shut the door on me, Wishbone explained. A quick movement caught his eye. The cat! Aha! It's you again. Did you have something to do with this? He raced after the cat, dashing back down the stairs. Wishbone! Joe called. Stop! Wishbone could hear footsteps behind him on the stairs, but he didn't glance back. He was going for that cat. Poor cat. A door slammed upstairs, made his ears prick up. But he didn't allow that to distract him. The cat is sneaking around on the ground floor somewhere, Wishbone thought, and I'm going to find him. It would be fun if a full moon happens on Halloween. That would be very fortuitous. Yes, chapter 16. We're at page 190, guys. Oh, actually, page 191. Getting there. Yeah, it has happened for sure. Out of the doorway, he watched as Joe and Sam raced down a flight of stairs after Wishbone. You guys led me to the first clue, he told himself, and now I'll let you lead me to the prize. Demont was about to step out of his hiding place. Suddenly, he noticed that David was still looking into the closet. What is David doing? Demont wondered. He watched David step into the closet. It was obvious there was something inside that had caught the boy's attention. Now's my chance, Demont told himself. Being careful not to make any noise, Demont crept slowly toward David. He's going to knock him out? Oh my god. David shoved his mad scientist glasses on top of his head. He looked into the closet. He thought he noticed something written on the back wall. It could be a clue. These old houses sometimes have secret rooms, he thought, or secret panels. David moved aside. The old-fashioned clothing hanging from the rod. There was just enough light to read the word. Dead end, he muttered, reading the dripping red letters. Wham! The door suddenly shut behind him. What? David quickly tried to turn the knob. He tried again. Oh no, I'm locked in! With a quick flick of his wrist, Demont locked the closet door, trapping David inside. Hey, David called from inside the closet. What's going on? The doorknob rattled as David tried to release the lock, but it was to no use. That lock may be old, Demont thought, but it still works. Not cool, Demont. One down, two to go, Demont muttered under his breath. How are you going to find it if you need to follow them and you're locking them all in closets? A slow smile of satisfaction crossed his face as he listened to David banging on the inside of the closet door. Glancing around to be sure that no one had seen him, Demont then headed down the back stairs, quiet as a cat. Cats aren't quiet. Have you owned a cat? There sure are a lot of doors in this place, Wishbone noticed. He wandered back into the main room, where the mummies sat at their tea party. That's okay, don't bother getting up, Wishbone told them. I'm just passing through here looking for a certain cat. I don't suppose you've seen him, have you? Oh, right. You're all the strong, silent type. He crossed the room and then went into the library. There he sat in the middle of the floor and looked around. Flickering in the drafty room were many candles, which made strange shadows dance across the walls. As Sam and Joe followed Wishbone into the library, more creepy, grinning lights... I cannot read tonight. I apologize. More creepy, green lights came on. Wishbone realized David wasn't with the kids. I wonder if that means trouble. What's in here? Joe wondered, and Sam glanced around. He and Sam glanced around the library. More cobwebs and dust, Sam said. Hey, check it out, Joe said. He crossed over the table with a Chinese checkers game set up on it. A green light shone straight down onto the game board, making it brighter than anything else in the room. This has to be some kind of clue, he figured. Sam joined Joe by the Chinese checkers game and dug her hand around in her pocket. She pulled on the green marble that had been in the pumpkin clue at the previous game. She studied the board for a moment. All the holes are full except for this one. Sam placed the little green marble into the empty space on the board. Look, she said, it matches the others perfectly. Joe nodded, but then he looked puzzled. Okay, but now what do we do? We go after the cat, Wishbone exclaimed. He spotted the black creature slinking across the other side of the room. A loud knocking sound from upstairs caused Sam and Joe to jump. Then they stared up at the ceiling. What was that? Sam gasped. Hey, where's David? Kitty, stop! Wishbone raced out of the room as he chased after the cat. Oh, Wishbone, not again, Joe said. Hey, Thermaz. Cats are quiet only when they want to be, yeah. They're not quiet when they're hungry. You ever had a cat and it's time for that cat to eat and they have not yet been fed? They will... Whew. My dad always says there's no alarm like a cat. There's no off switch on a cat that wants breakfast. Joe and Sam raced after Wishbone and ended up in the front hallway. Now where did Wishbone go? Joe wondered as he glanced around. Joe and Sam had followed Wishbone behind the staircase. Joe popped his head through the open doorway leading down into the pitch-black basement. Wishbone, Joe called. Are you down there? He really hoped not. Joe took a step onto the landing at the top of the basement stairs. He listened for a moment. When he was certain Wishbone wasn't in the basement, he checked out the hallway by the stairs again. Sam was standing in front of another door, which was opposite the door leading to the basement. A strange scratching noise was coming from the room in front of her. A nervous expression crossed her face. Now what? Joe said. These chapters are long for kids' books. You know? Not a bad thing, just noticed. Now what? Joe said. He glanced at Sam. She stepped aside. I guess we have to check it out, Joe said. It's better to know what's behind the door than just to stand here wondering about it. Joe took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob. He turned it and swung the door open wide. Hello, Nightbot. Yes, I see you. We're all good. Thank you for checking, though. Aw, baby rabbit. That's so cute. Natasha has a rabbit. His name is Mika. Cat. She doesn't meow. Just opens her mouth and nothing comes out. It's really cute. That is cute. I've had cats that do that, too. No, we're not going to do a third... We can't do a third stream. We're almost there. We're at page 196. We have... How many pages left? Not that many. 233. So, just like 37 more pages. 36 if you don't count this one, which we're halfway through it, so... Let's just keep plugging along. Joe, because tomorrow night I'm streaming with Maddie, and I don't want us to not be able to finish until the day after tomorrow. Had the stream running all afternoon, but I fell asleep. Haha. Thank you. I appreciate that watch time. Uh-oh. Firefox. Without fail. Firefox at the 2 to 3 hour mark will just be like, well, guess you don't need me anymore. And it's like, no. No. Not how that works. Thank you very much. Thanks, Joe. Wishbone trotted out of the room. This is really getting on my nerves, he complained. Who keeps slamming doors around here? Joe shook his head, then bent down and patted Wishbone. As he stood up again, he asked, "Where's David?" "I don't know, but before we do anything else," Sam said, "we should find him." "I agree," Joe said. "Let's not get separated." Joe stopped. Joe stepped into the room where Wishbone had been locked. "Maybe David's in here." Sam followed a step behind him. Wishbone noticed a tiny movement behind him. At the door to the basement, he stood there and waited to see if the cat was going to reappear. "No, it's Demont," he exclaimed. Wishbone watched Demont sneaking out of the basement as silently as he could. The boy then crept into the hallway, heading towards the room Joe and Sam had just entered. Now I'm picturing sad emo Joe Hardy. "I bet he's going to slam that door shut on them," Wishbone said. "I need to stop him from trapping Sam and Joe in there." Before Wishbone could make a move, the cat suddenly dashed past him, ran over Demont's feet, and scampered down the basement stairs. "Whoa!" Demont cried. Startled by the cat, he stumbled backwards through the basement door. As Demont regained his balance on the landing, Wishbone bolted for the door. "Woohoo!" Wishbone jumped up and slammed the door shut with his front paws. Then he turned and sat with his back against the door. "2 for 1, he cried. "Demont and the cat." "Well, he and Kitty should get along just fine." Wishbone's tail wagged with satisfaction. Sam and Joe stepped into the hallway. "What's going on out here?" Joe asked, glancing around. "What was that noise?" I don't know whose eye this is, but it's kind of creepy. It's peeking out from the darkness. Did you get a screenshot of my cousin Wishbone? No, I haven't. Sorry, I haven't checked my messages really all day today. I overslept and then I was working on editing. BRB, gotta tell my roommate to walk the dog. Okay. What kind of dog do you have, by the way? Probably not in the room, so I shouldn't ask until you come back. Helps the numbers, I think. Thank you guys. You guys are the best. It does help, because YouTube is just like, oh, this stream is good enough that people are sitting and watching it and not turning it off. That's interesting. Do a video on ER. I don't think I've ever seen an episode of ER, but I can look into it. I feel like the day is going slow. I don't know. My day got started really, really late, so I can't talk. Hey, Sammy. Exciting news in my life. My mom got me a fish tank for my birthday. Yay! Happy birthday! I have to figure out what kind of fish to put inside it. Cute! I think that show has a really, really weird finale. No, I think I know what you're thinking of. It's not ER. It's oh, what is that called? The Snow Globe finale. That was different. Hey, Avery, how are you today? I'm good, Sammy. How are you? St. Elsewhere. There you go. Patrick's right. Okay. I knew it was a hospital show. Yeah, I've never seen either of them, but I have heard about St. Elsewhere's infamous ending. "Guess what I did to Demont, guys," said Wishbone proudly. What an ominous thing for your dog to say to you. Then a recognizable voice, although muffled, came from upstairs. "Help!" David shouted. "Help! I'm up here! I'm locked in the closet!" Sam and Joe raced up the stairs. Wishbone led the way. "This house should have a fire pole like the one Mr. Del Rio has back in Oakdale Sports and Games," Wishbone said. "It would make all these trips upstairs and downstairs go a lot faster." Sam unlocked the closet door and flung it open. David burst out. Wishbone trotted over to him. "Hey, David, you'll never guess what I did to Demont." "That's it," David said in frustration. "I've had enough. Prize or not, I'm going home." He headed for the stairs. Uh-oh, he sounds as if he really means it about this place. I guess the scavenger hunt is over. Wishbone trotted alongside Joe and Sam as they followed David to the stairway. Then the dog's pal did something that surprised him. Joe came to a sudden stop. "Wait," Joe cried. "What is it? A cat? Demont? More ghosts?" Wishbone walked to where Joe was standing. He poked his head through the slats in the railing in order to see the floor below. Joe was leaning over the staircase, pointing at the first floor. "What is it?" Sam asked, coming to stand beside him. "Look at the floor." Joe raced down the staircase and pointed out a pattern of light illuminated on the floor. It looks like the Chinese checkers game, he exclaimed. Wishbone's tail wagged at the sound of the excitement in Joe's voice. He dashed down the stairs to check out the scene. David and Sam joined them at the spot. David peered up at the chandelier that glowed with a mysterious green light. The shape must be projected by the chandelier, David said. Joe knelt down beside the light pattern. The clue said the green player would show you the light. Sam, didn't you put the green marble right here? He indicated a spot on the floor. Sam knelt down beside him, studying the light pattern. I think so, she replied. Joe gazed at the pattern a moment more. He squinted his eyes in concentration. That's it, Joe, Wishbone encouraged him. You're on a roll. He could see Joe wasn't letting the spooky atmosphere of the Murphy house upset him anymore. You've got the scent. Now follow the trail to the prize. Joe reached down and felt around the spot where Sam had placed the marble in their game board. With the sharp tug, he yanked up the loose floorboard. Reaching inside the space, he pulled out an envelope with an Oakdale Sports and Games emblem on it. Well, look at that, Wishbone said. I'm not the only one who buries things around here. Joe opened the envelope and pulled out a piece of paper. The $100 gift certificate, he exclaimed. A broad grin spread across his face. We did it! Sam smiled at Joe. You did it, Joe, she told him, happily. I guess this turned out to be my lucky night after all, Joe said. David gazed past Joe and looked back into the main room. Guys, he said with a shaky voice. Huh, what? Wishbone turned around to see what was making David so nervous. His heart thumped a little harder. Two of the mummies were slowly rising, oh boy, to their feet. They had their arms out stiffly in front of them. They seemed to be heading right for us. Oh, great, Wishbone said. Monsters. Just what we need. That's just what tonight was missing. Meanwhile, back in Sleepy Hollow, Ichabod has his own monster to face. My weekend been like, and what did I do? I overslept both Saturday and Sunday, and then I did a little bit of, well, yesterday I didn't do any editing. This afternoon I got some editing done, but I was having issues with the editing software, so I got them fixed, but it meant that I didn't get as much work done as I wanted to. Yesterday I just kind of messed around and didn't get a whole lot done. And then tomorrow is also, well, I mean, I work from home right now, so I don't know that I'm working tomorrow, but people, you know, like my dad has tomorrow off too because it's a 3-day weekend here in the US. Once again, let me just say fuck Christopher Columbus. George Clooney in the early episodes. Yeah, I did know that. Hospital shows are all the same to me. I've worked on hospital shows before. The one that I worked was pretty fun. Happy birthday, happy Thanksgiving too, if you celebrate it. Oh, is Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend? Honestly, I've got yesterday and thought about a trip and small soldiers, and it oddly makes sense. Yeah. I get you. Hospital shows love How to Save a Life. Which is not actually as yeah, every hospital show has used that song at least once. So is Ghost Whisperer, I'm pretty sure. House was actually good for 3 years, then it got weird. My parents used to watch House and then they fell off the bandwagon probably around the 3rd year mark. My coworker loves to beatbox. I'm gonna throw my phone at him. LOL. It like House and D because it had the format of a mystery procedural, but when House replaced these two A good time. It wasn't really that good anymore. Yeah. Pumpkin. Am I just being 40 again? No, I'm gonna be up for a little while because I'm basically nocturnal at this point, but I totally get you. Grey's Anatomy happened took the ratings. Yeah. Grey's Anatomy is still so huge. Watching her watch 911 Lone Star. It's entertaining itself. Oh, I'm sure. Thanksgiving is tomorrow, technically, but my family had dinner last night. Oh, cool. Happy Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, jinx. Somebody owes somebody a soda. I think it's funny because if you listen to the lyrics of the song, it's all about like trying to reach someone emotionally and save their life from going down a darker path, but they ignore you. Yeah. Remember the Christian radio stations used to always play How to Save a Life, and I'm like, I don't think they know what that song is about, guys. I have a feeling. Feel it in my bones. I love Grey's. I've never watched it. My cousin loves it. Welcome back, David. Based off of Sherlock Holmes. I didn't know that at first either. You're not alone in that boat. Makes sense, though. I mean, Monk is technically also loosely based off of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Ellen Pompeo is leading Grey's Anatomy. Interesting. I remember when McDreamy left, and my cousin was just like, no. David's back. Something that rhymes. Yeah, when the titular character leaves, it's time to just back it up. Heard of the movie Saved. Is that the movie where they have to save where the Christian, is that like from the 70s? I feel like I've heard about this, but I could be thinking of something totally different. I'm gonna read on a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna have one more cookie. No, wait, okay, wait. What is Saved? I'm thinking of something completely different. 2000s movie with Mandy Moore. Okay. Like Mandy Moore. She's Rapunzel. How to Save is good. Let's put it on the radio station. I don't think it means what you think it means. I'm starting to play. I was supporting all. Hoping it's just because Freddie Highmore was making a movie. Probably. Everybody that I know that loves Good Doctor loves it because of him. He's a really good actor. The 2000s movie about a popular girl who goes to a Christian school. She finds out her boyfriend is gay and then hits her head and gets a vision from Jesus telling her to sleep with him and turn it. What? What? I just went on a roller coaster. What? I'm concerned. Ends up getting pregnant and is shunned by all her peers. I'm so concerned. He only had a week to go from Norman Bates to Sean Murphy. Ooh, I didn't realize it was that close of a turnaround for him. Okay, really, Firefox? Really? Well, let's restart Firefox. Really funny. There's Mandy Moore, Macaulay Culkin, they play siblings. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. The Good Doctor before. I haven't seen it, but Natasha really likes it. Well, hey, that's us. Oh, why do I have so many notifications? Huh. What's happening? My grandmother loves Castle, so I have seen a couple of episodes with her, but I don't know that much about it. But I have seen it. All right, let's keep reading. Hello? Is someone there? Ichabod called into the darkness. He had to try to find out who was wandering in these woods after the witching hour. No matter how terrifying the stranger's identity might be, Ichabod needed to know who, or what, lurked in the darkness. Then Ichabod's heart thumped double time. He knew who must be hiding in the bushes. No, I dare not think it. He scolded himself. Put the thought from your mind, Ichabod. A large shape appeared from the twisting bushes. It headed over the small planks crossing the stream out of Wiley's swamp. A very large shape. Huge, in fact. Ichabod's fur stood on end in terror. It is the headless horseman, it must be. Oh dear, however shall I defend myself? He took several deep breaths to calm down. That Ichabod felt his fur ruffle. The figure rode ahead of him to the middle of the road. Ichabod gave a sharp tug on the reins with his teeth. He pulled Gunpowder to an abrupt halt. Ichabod squinted, looking hard as he could at the dark shape in front of him. He could now see that the horse and rider stood between him and safety. How shall I pass? Ichabod wondered. And what does this horseman want? Why doesn't he speak to me? Ichabod's heart thudded hard. He already knew the answer to that question. That was why his blood ran so cold. In his heart, Ichabod knew that the mysterious rider was the dreaded headless horseman. Ichabod was sure that the spirit had some horrifying plan in mind for him. Ichabod gulped. Perhaps it involves my head. Does anybody remember in the reboot of DuckTales, the headless man horse? You there, Ichabod said, or Ichabod called. He had no idea what to say after that, so he said nothing. To Ichabod's shock, the rider moved off the road. Why is he allowing me to pass? What could he be up to? Well, I'll take the opportunity now and quickly before he changes his mind. Ichabod and Gunpowder, it's a trap! Ichabod and Gunpowder hurried past the mysterious rider. Ichabod was terrified that perhaps the horseman was only waiting for him to get within striking range. To his great relief, Ichabod rode by unharmed. Still, he could not get a clear look at the unknown rider. The horseman backed into the cover of trees. The horseman backed up into the cover of trees, deeper into the shadows. It was such a dark night, Ichabod could barely see his white paw on the pommel of the saddle, let alone any further away. Could the headless horseman know that I'm no stranger to the ways of supernatural? Perhaps, he thought, maybe our little game is now over, Ichabod thought. Perhaps he fears me. I keep skipping. I don't know how I keep doing that. Perhaps he fears me. Ichabod's tail wagged at the thought. Maybe our game is now over, Ichabod thought, hoped, indeed, prayed, and now it's time to rev up the horsepower. He chuckled and flicked the reins. I see what you did there, horsepower. Urging Gunpowder into a fast trot. Oh no, the horseman is still following me, he realized. He could hear the horse's hooves echoing those of gunpowder's. If the horse plans to attack me, why doesn't he just do so? He was tempted to dare the creature to come and get him, once and for all, but that was not in the horseman's plan. Each time Ichabod picked up speed, so did his silent companion. The few times Gunpowder slowed down, the horse behind him changed its pace as well. On and on they went, paired in a terrifying dance, Ichabod leading and the silent stranger following Ichabod's every move. If only he would speak! If I only knew what terrible plans he has in mind for me. Oh, why? Why the silence? I cannot stand it. Then the wind shifted again, blowing the dark clouds away from the full moon. Some dim light was allowed to filter through the thick tree branches. Ichabod quickly glanced back. There, standing on a low rise, with a patch of bright moonlight shining down upon him, stood the terrifying rider. Ichabod could deny it no longer. His deepest fear was confirmed. The headless horseman, Ichabod gasped as he dropped Gunpowder's reins. His heart seemed to stop beating. Terror shot through his limbs, causing all four legs to tremble. He felt his chest tighten. He tried to catch his breath. The headless horseman! Now that he could see the horseman clearly, Ichabod could not tear his eyes away from the creature. It was even more horrifying than anything he had ever imagined. The horse that the spirit sat upon was huge, and ooh, we have a picture! We have a picture! Nice. This is why do I want to photocopy this picture and hang it somewhere in this room? Stomped on the ground in fury, holding the reins was a large man, or rather, the large body of a man. The rider atop the horse had no idea. Where did my brain get the word idea? The rider atop the horse had no head. A collar stood up stiffly on top of the broad shoulders. But nothing sat above that. A flowing crimson scarf was wrapped around the thick, headless neck. The ghost wore a long, dark cloak that whipped every which way in the strong wind. Moonlight glinted off the buckles of the well-shined boots. With one large, powerful gloved hand, it gripped the horse's reins. Clutched in the other arms of the dreadful creature was a glowing round object, the very thing that should have been sitting on his head. Ichabod shuddered. The object glowed with an inner fire. It seemed to grin a cruel smile, and its eyes glinted in the moonlight and flickered strangely. The headless horseman's horse whinnied like a werewolf howling in the moon. Okay. How does a horse sound like... Anyway. Sorry. That's just a... I don't... How does the horse sound like a werewolf? A werehorse. A horse wolf. The sound broke the terrible spell that the horseman seemed to have cast over Ichabod. He snapped back his head and let out his own howl of terror. Ow! I am out of here, he shrieked. Oh gosh, was I... No, I was buffering? Wait, how much did everybody miss? Is there a chunk that I need to go back and read? Why didn't I look up? I was just reading. I was just like, oh, I'll catch back up with the chat afterwards. Criminal Minds is taking all my attention right now. I haven't watched Criminal Minds in ages. It would be good for the channel if you end up liking it. It's just obscure enough to fit your niche. I mean, things that aren't obscure still fit the niche because it's like, as if it's like nostalgic. So if it's like remembered or not remembered. I was wondering how long it would take for you to notice. Oh, I'm just reading the whole book, you know? Not a horse. Of course, of course. Do I need to read? I can, I might know one. I've never heard a horse sound like one though, right? An audiobook. Rate of all sentient beings. I can see it. I can see this. This is a fanfic crossover that writes itself. think the Headless Horseman was a soldier in the Revolutionary War. In the show, he was. Yeah, in the show, he and Ichabod were both soldiers in the Revolutionary War. So I'm good. We didn't, like, miss anything. The keyboard needs batteries. That's fine. I want to make sure everybody's with me. I really do enjoy the illustrations in these books. I guess I'm still a child. I'm like, ooh, pictures! You know what bothers me? In the Disney Beauty and the Beast, when Gaston says, how can you read this? There's no pictures. It's like, dumbass, we literally just saw that there's pictures. My husband just came out and asked why I didn't save to watch later and finish up in the morning. He didn't realize you're a live stream, lol. And the girls are still up. I mean, if you have to go, the VOD will be live. Just the VODs are always available on the homepage, so you can always come and watch the end of it. I don't want to keep anybody awake. Yes, the Tim Burton Sleepy Hollow movie. I'm planning on doing a video on it soon. All right. I guess we're good. I will continue on. Heard of it, Milo, but never seen it. It's a really fun movie. I'm excited to do a video about it. Ichabod kicked wildly with his hind legs. Gunpowder, he cried, run as you have never run before. Doctor's appointment tomorrow, nothing serious, just routine. That's good. I'm glad it's nothing serious. When I was a lad, I ate 4 dozen eggs, which sounds so gross. It makes me nauseous just thinking about it. I remember the beheading scene. Yeah, it's all very camp. It's fun. It's creepy, but it's very campy. Paolo, did you ever pick a movie? Yes, but then the husband will win, and we can't have that now, can we? Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe like Christopher Walken, guys. Was Christopher Walken in that? I guess I don't remember it as well as I thought. Demon Knight. Okay, cool. Hare dashed through the night, with gunpowder showing remarkable and surprising speed. He's as scared as I am, Ichabod realized. Well, if that gets him moving, it's fine with me. Hey-ya! Ichabod cried, urging the old horse to move even faster. Hey-ya! He yelled again, picking up speed. Gunpowder, does anybody remember Danger by Design with Nancy? Nancy, fighting without throwing any punches. Gunpowder ran as if he was a creature possessed, and for that Ichabod was grateful. He could hear the thundering hooves behind him, matching Gunpowder's pace stride for stride. They raced at such a speed that the horses kicked up stones and twigs. Ichabod's cutaway coat flew straight out behind him. My bell! Ichabod suddenly remembered, his anti-witch bell dangling from his vest. Ichabod shook his furried body, hoping to make the bell ring louder, but it was no use. The sad truth could not be denied. The bell's not working, he moaned in despair as the horseman continued his chase. Then you won't make any witch friends, and that's sad. Christopher Walken was the Headless Horseman. Oh! Oh my god, how did I not remember that? I remember the Headless Horseman, I don't remember it being Christopher Walken. I watched him make Grey Knight English class because we read the story and studied it. Interesting. Girl once used and Eve. Reflection was shot down. Damn it. Ichabod bounced awkwardly on the saddle as Gunpowder stumbled over the twigs and bushes. I still am not over this. A dog riding a horse. That'll be endlessly funny to me. Almost there, almost at the end. The horse shied as a sudden gust of wind blew dead leaves into its face. Ichabod felt the saddle slipping underneath him. I'm going down! Ichabod clutched the saddle with his paws. He tried to keep it in place, but his effort was wasted. Ichabod gave up and swung his paws around the horse's neck, allowing the saddle to slide to the ground. Either that or I'll fall myself, he thought. For a moment, Ichabod wondered how angry Mr. Van Ripper might be at the loss of his best saddle. Oh, who cares about that, he scolded himself. I must stay on my horse, no matter what, or I shall never escape. Ichabod clutched Gunpowder's mane in his paws and managed to sit upright. Still, the horses charged through Sleepy Hollow. Has the place magically grown, Ichabod wondered? It has never seemed such a distance. His heart was pounding, so hard that he was sure the creatures behind him could hear it. His breath came in strangled gasps. He felt cold with fear from the tip of his nose to his tail. Oh, I cannot make it. If the headless horseman doesn't get me, this terrifying ride will. Then there it was, up ahead. Yes, I am safe. The church bridge, Ichabod exclaimed. Ooh, silhouette shot. Only it's dramatic and awful. Each girl is so frustrating. Her friend is so evil. I'm interested. I used to love romance drama manga like that though. I still do. I don't read a lot of webtoons. My guilty pleasure is like those like overly romantic, high stakes serials. There's so much, aren't they? The wonderful bridge that the headless horseman could not cross. No bridge had ever looked so beautiful. A snort behind Ichabod made him jump. The headless horseman was right behind him. I think I can feel the black steed's hot breath. Come on, Gunpowder. I know you can do it, Ichabod cried. The schoolmaster could feel the relief rush through him as he and Gunpowder raced through the bridge to safety. The horses' hooves clattered loudly on the wide wooden boards. We did it! Home free! Ichabod pulled out of the reins. Ichabod pulled on the reins with his teeth. He brought his exhausted horse to a stop. Poor horse. He turned around to face his pursuer, ready to cheer in victory. He wanted very much to be able to have the satisfaction of watching the terrifying ghost disappear. I'll have you know, I am wise in the ways of the supernatural, he called in his loudest voice to the headless horseman. And now it's time for you to vanish. The enormous black horse paused for a moment on the other side of the bridge. Toodaloo, it's been nice knowing you. Now scram, Ichabod shouted. What's taking so long, Ichabod wondered. They're supposed to return to their spirit forms, but they still look pretty solid to me. Why aren't the horse and rider evaporating? Lightning cracked in the night sky above them. The headless horseman's horse reared up. It let out a furious whinny. Then, to Ichabod's horror, the animal hurled itself toward him across the bridge. No! Ichabod screamed. You can't! The bridge! It can't be! Shock made Ichabod drop the reins from his mouth. Gunpowder panicked, throwing Ichabod to the ground. Ichabod lay low, stomach to the ground, covering his eyes with his paws. The headless horseman thundered towards him. Shivering in terror, Ichabod peeked through his paws. The headless horseman crossed the bridge, stood up in his stirrups, and then held up the glowing object that he had clutched in his arm. Next, he hurled it with all his strength directly at Ichabod. Yikes! Ichabod shrieked, scrambling to his 4 feet. Incoming! He spun around and dashed away, hoping to escape the fiery, flying missile. I just know Ichabod was carried off by the headless horseman, Mrs. Van Kavner moaned. There, dear, Mr. Van Kavner said as he helped his wife step along the planks leading from Wiley's swamp and into the very heart of Sleepy Hollow. Gunpowder was discovered without his saddle or his rider at the Van Ripper farm the next morning. He showed no sign of his wild ride through the night before. However, the old creature was even more cranky and tired than usual. When Ichabod did not appear at the farm, Mr. and Mrs. Van Cavner heard the news and decided to go have a search for their missing friend. They were convinced that Ichabod had met a terrible end during his long journey home from the Van Tassel's party. To prove it, they went to Sleepy Hollow to search for clues. In broad daylight, of course. Well, the ghosts can probably still come out in the day. I'll admit that he had to... Yeah, oh, it was a jam, yeah. An article about what Irving's camp in Katy, Oklahoma. Cool. I'll check that out for sure. This horseman a sword. Yeah. Oh Lord, no. They didn't kill off Wishbone's Ichabod. Oh God. Most of what she writes is overly dramatic in the most dry sense. That's funny. Self-aware comedies. Characters take everything as seriously. That's the definition of camp, and I love it. To be fair, the ending of Sleepy Hollow has always been ambiguous, because it's like, did he get spirited away? Did he just leave town? Do we believe in the superstitions as the reader? It's a kid's book. They can't, right? I mean, well, let's keep going. Mr. Van Cavner spotted something trampled in the muddy dirt. He hurried over to it and discovered it was Van Ripper's saddle. Well, there were definitely 2 riders out here last night, Mr. Van Cavner told his wife. He pointed at the ground. Look, 2 sets of tracks. And look at this, too, Mrs. Cavner pointed out. Ichabod's hat. Then she bent over and looked at the small object. And here is his witch bell. Well, it's an anti-witch bell, but, you know. Her husband went over. Witch bell makes it sound like it attracts the witches to you, which sounds like a much more interesting bell. Her husband went over and joined her. But what is this? He wondered. There on the ground was a smashed jack-o'-lantern. Alexa, play Smashing Pumpkins. I don't have an Alexa in here right now. No, it's not. It's fine. Sad for Wishbone noises. One of my worst nightmares to read out loud to complete strangers. You have a cute pair, my friend. 3 cheers for you. Oh, thank you. I struggle, but I'm getting there. I never realized it was supposed to be ambiguous, LMFAO. No, you're not dumb. It's just everybody. There's 2 types of people. People that are like, oh, no, he ran away. And then people are like, oh, he died. I was always like, oh, he died. Even as a kid, when they're like, he could have just left and now he's living with a wealthy widow. And I'm like, nah, he died. Goosebumps book. The Girl Who Cried Monster originally had the teacher/monster eating children, but it was decided that it sounded too scary, so it was changed to bugs. Wow. Thank God I have headphones on, LMAO. Sorry. I honestly think Brom murdered him. That's a 3rd option. That's also a 3rd option. I want my Alexa being like that. Oh, sorry. I forgot about potentially being loud enough on the other end to turn on somebody else's Alexa. Sorry about that. I hope I didn't do that to anybody. Mr. Van Cavner knelt down and examined the pumpkin. This candle inside has been burned nearly all the way down. He picked up the candle and gazed up at his wife. But why should anyone have brought a jack-o'-lantern all the way out here to the woods of Sleepy Hollow? The sound of horses' hooves made the Van Cavners straighten up. Startled, Mr. Van Cavner dropped the candle. Brom Bones rode toward them on his enormous black horse, Daredevil. He glanced down at the broken jack-o'-lantern. Why, indeed, Brom said with a laugh. He flicked the reins and rode off, his laughter echoing through all of Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, see, I definitely think Brom kill him. In this version, it's a little less ambiguous. He started headless conventions with Billy Butcherson. Yeah, they're friends. Ichabod's sudden disappearance was a favorite topic of conversation among the guests at the wedding of Katrina Van Tassel and Brom Bones. Everyone remembered Ichabod and the terrifying tales that he told at the All Hallows Eve party. they were sure that he had a frightening encounter with the dreadful spirit of the Headless Horseman. But perhaps the evil twinkle in Brahm's eyes whenever he heard the story suggested quite a different explanation for the schoolmaster's disappearance. The stories about Ichabod and the Headless Horseman continued for years. Travelers coming through the Sleepy Hollow reported that he was back in his home state of Connecticut, teaching in a fine school and entertaining everyone with his scary stories. They said that his favorite tale was the one about how he had defeated the Headless Horseman. But most folks in Sleepy Hollow remained convinced that the unfortunate schoolmaster had been carried off by the ghosts. School was held in a new location, and Ichabod's once joyful little schoolhouse became deserted and fell into decay. In fact, it was reported to be haunted. People passing by at night would claim to hear a strange singing that always frightened the birds away. So in time, Ichabod Crane, lover of ghost stories, became a ghost story himself. Looks like we have one more chapter, you guys. Brom did it. He did it. Yeah. Yeah, Brom either killed him or scared him off, for sure. Did no one else teach kids? They said school got held somewhere else, but they didn't want to hold it in the schoolhouse where he was because everybody thought he was haunting it. The butler did it. I think Brom murdered him. Yeah, I think you're right. Especially after reading this chapter over again. No more school for y'all. Yeah, right? We don't need... What is school, really? Chapter 18. There has to be some kind of explanation for this, Wishbone said as he stared at the two mummies heading toward them. Guys? Any explanation at all? The wrapped-up creatures walked stiffly towards Wishbone and his friends, their arms stretched out in front of them, reaching. Make them go away, Joe! Wishbone ran behind Joe's legs. Wishbone peeked through Joe's legs as he watched the mummies come to a stop. They reached up to their faces. I was right. Joe, they're going to peel off their wrappings. I don't want to see what's under there. Oh, God. Mummy strippers. God, help me. I sound like Mr. Green from Clue going, they all did it. I love Clue. I need to do a video on Clue at some point. Gotta go do the news. Good luck, Patrick. Which officer we're talking about? Butler probably did do it, yeah. There is a Small Soldiers wiki. I found that out while I was doing the video on Small Soldiers ages back. Oh, Lord. Sorry. Mummy strippers. Another great name for a band? Also Clue, yes. So Natasha's never seen Clue, and I think I want to do a video showing her Clue for the first time. Ooh, look, the picture. When I watch a murder mystery, I think every character I see is the culprit. Same. I trust no one. Saw Small Soldiers in theaters? That's cool. Clue's really fun. The mummies dug their fingers under their chins and lifted up their masks. The grinning faces of Melina and Marcus revealed themselves. Sam, David, and Joe burst out laughing. Oh, that was the secret that they were keeping at the beginning. I was a little bit worried. I was like, what? What's happening? Oh, it's you two, Wishbone said. I knew it all along. Congratulations, you won, Melina exclaimed. Did we scare you? Marcus asked, smiling happily. Nah, not even for a minute, Wishbone replied. We were on to you all along. Cool costumes, Sam smiled. It was all Uncle Travis's idea, Melina explained. He thought it would add an extra special touch of creepiness. It sure did, Joe told him. Help me, a voice called, interrupting them. Someone let me out. It's Demont, David exclaimed. Where's his voice coming from? Joe asked, looking around. Help, Demont cried out again. Wishbone's ears pricked up. Follow me, he cried. He's still where I locked him, in the basement. Wishbone dashed to the stairs. Wishbone has no fucks left to give, does he? The others followed him. Joe opened the door under the stairway that led to the basement. Demont burst out and ran past all of them. Get me out of here, he shouted. Joe stared down into the dark basement. He was suddenly frozen by a frightening sight. just as before. On that Halloween night, the Murphy house, all those years ago, a pair of gleaming eyes stared right at him. Then, with a loud yowl, the black cat dashed up the stairs and ran out of the basement. Joe took a startled step back. It was the cat? Joe cried. What? Joe watched the cat rush out of the house. That night, it was the cat that I saw. It was just a cat that scared me. Can you believe that? He laughed and shook his head. The house isn't haunted after all, he grinned broadly at Sam. Well, we don't know that for sure. Mummy is mostly mold and bones. A stripping mummy might not be that frightening. Depends on how effectively they made they preserved the mummy. Sometimes they find mummies and I swear how they still like look like they died last week. It's weird. You see, Wishbone said cheerfully, there was a reasonable explanation after all. Joe gazed around the dark room. Wishbone could tell that the Murphy house no longer had any sense of terror for his buddy. Those long-ago ghosts had vanished. Yep, Wishbone thought with satisfaction. Those fears are behind Joe now, and I was there to help. Come on, Melina said. Uncle Travis is waiting outside. She led everyone towards the front doors. Did they not let Demont out? Wishbone stayed behind and looked once more down the basement stairs. He was startled to see a pair of flaming orange eyes staring back at him. Hey, what's that? Didn't I see that cat race out of here? If that cat isn't down there, then who or what? Wishbone turned and barked furiously to get the attention of his friends. Guys, come quick! You've got to see this. Eyes, just the way Joe described them. I need to re-traumatize my friend. He glanced back down the stairs. Huh? Where did those glowing eyes go? They were just there. Wishbone heard Joe calling his name. Maybe I was wrong, he thought. The dark can play funny tricks on you. He trotted down toward the front door, where his friends were waiting with Melina and Marcus. I suppose I could have imagined those eyes. No, I know I saw them, I think. It's time to claim our victory? Wishbone asked Melina and Marcus. Do you think there will be a hero's feast? David, Sam, and Joe walked out the front door behind Melina, Marcus, and Wishbone. Feel better? Sam asked Joe. Joe nodded. Now that it's over, yes, he told her. Hey, look! Look at all the people, Wishbone exclaimed as he trotted down the sagging front steps of the Murphy house. A large crowd of costumed kids gathered around Travis Del Rio. Some of them had been members of the other teams participating in the scavenger hunt. Others were just neighborhood friends. Wishbone noticed that Jimmy was tugging on Demont's sleeve. He also noticed Demont looked pretty shaken. Why, his face is almost as white as my fur. What happened? Jimmy asked Demont. Did you see a ghost? I bet you did. One time a friend of mine, he went inside a haunted house and he... Don't say anything else, Demont insisted. Poor Jimmy, cutting him off. We're going home. I couldn't have been that scary, Travis said with a smile. Demont glanced over at him and raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah, he replied. Then he spun around and stormed off. Jimmy followed him, chattering a mile a minute. So long, Demont. Wish you can dish it out, but you sure can't take it. Joe smiled and held up the prize-winning gift certificate for the crowd to see. Everyone cheered and applauded as he, David, and Sam came down the front steps. They hurried over to Travis. All right, Travis said, clapping Joe on the back. Good job, all of you. Oh, it was nothing at all, Wishbone said modestly. Melina and Marcus gave their uncle a hug. Did you kids have fun? Travis asked them. We sure did, Marcus exclaimed. Let's do this every year, Melina said. So, congratulations, Travis said to David, Sam, and Joe. I bet you can think of a lot of things you can use that gift certificate for. Squeaky toys, Wishbone quickly answered. You could never have too many. Thanks, Mr. Del Rio, Joe said. Yes, thanks, David echoed. That scavenger hunt was really fun, Sam added, a broad grin spreading across his face. Travis turned around to face the crowd. Listen up, everyone. There's a party back at Oakdale Sports and Games, and you're all invited. The crowd let out another cheer. Everyone began to head back towards the sporting goods store. Finally, Wishbone exclaimed. I've had enough tricks for one night. Let's talk treats. Travis fell into step behind Joe. Well, Joe, it looks like you're back in the zone after all. Joe smiled. Yes, sir, he said. It was your lucky day, Travis added with a grin. Must be the socks. Must be, Joe replied. Joe bent down and patted Wishbone. The dog licked his friend's face in congratulations. Thanks for solving the clues and for going into that spooky house in the first place. We did really well, didn't we? Joe said to Wishbone. We sure did, Wishbone agreed. Joe dashed ahead to catch up with his friends. Wishbone watched Joe, joking and laughing. All those scary old ghosts have vanished into Halloween night, Wishbone said with satisfaction. Wishbone glanced at the sound of a familiar meow. The black cat sat on the front porch of the Murphy house, licking its paws. We shall meet again, kitty, Wishbone promised. Hearing Joe call his name, Wishbone turned his head towards him. When he looked back again, in the direction of the Murphy house, the cat was gone. How does he do that? The terrier looked up at the house. I'm glad this night had a lucky ending. I'm happy that some of the stranger events turned out to have perfectly logical explanations, just like the strange events surrounding the story of Ichabod Crane. Some mysteries never do get solved, which is what makes them great stories to tell over and over. In fact, I think this Halloween adventure is one I'm going to enjoy telling on many a dark and stormy night in the future. About Washington Irving. About the legend of Sleepy Hollow. About Carla Jablonski. That's who wrote this book. We did it, guys. SpongeBobcast. Nosferatu. What a twist. Twins. I don't know. From the episode. Slasher appeared. I said that joke when I was a kid, lol. I never saw that. Same, I only knew. Need to lie down. That's, oh my god. How old are you? No, don't tell me. Oh my god. Having my quarter-life crisis. Welcome to the party, Milo. It's fun here in the quarter-life crisis house. Loving story time with Avery. I'm glad, because we got a lot of books to read, and I'm very excited to do them. Early 2000s. Maddie! Boo! Oh my god, I forgot to text you back. Oh my god, I forgot to text Maddie back. Everybody say hi to Maddie. Maddie, I heard a rumor that there's going to be a couple of girls starting Kingdom Hearts live stream starting tomorrow. The ending, yes. So they won the scavenger hunt, the Sleepy Hollow. We think Brahm killed Ichabod for sure, and yeah. Kingdom Hearts. Big store down. Kingdom Hearts, you say? Kingdom Hearts is amazing. I'm excited. Hopping in both to hype up the Kingdom Hearts stream and make sure Avery downloaded it already. Oh shit, I need to do that. Thank you for reminding me. I'll do that as soon as we get off live. My brain is not here. But yes, I'll do it. I'll make sure I get it. Alas, she seems slightly focused on the book reading. We finished the book! We finished it! We did it in only 2 streams! Boy. Yeah, I know. But there is a version in 1980 where Brahm gets chased by the real Headless Horseman after trying to scare Ichabod off. I have never seen that version, but now I want to. Channel Awesome burned you on Kingdom Hearts? No! No. See, we need to redeem Kingdom Hearts for you. We can't let Channel Awesome ruin stuff for people. version features Jeff Goldblum as Ichabod. Oh, I think we talked about this last night, right? Kingdom Hearts is the best. Just accept that some of the games are better experienced as cutscene comps, and recorded doesn't matter. Channel Awesome is anything but. Yeah. Yeah, Channel Awesome is just a whole channel of people being like, that thing from your childhood, it was stupid, and you're stupid for liking it. That's Channel Awesome in a nutshell. Don't let him ruin anything for you. I will crush the nostalgia critic like a soda can with my mind powers. Just realized some reason the stream was 20 minutes behind for me. Oh, LOL. Yeah, we just got, as you were logging in, I was just finishing up the book and being like, we did it, guys. Just glance at my wallpaper, a literal screenshot of Sora with this. Oh, I'm not letting them bother me anymore, LOL. Book reading, LOL, that's funny. Yeah, this is exactly why I get salty when people are like, I've had people say, well, I've had people say, and they mean it as a good thing because they like Channel Awesome, being like, oh, you're just like Nostalgia Critic. I'm like, thank you. But then also, I once had somebody try to insult me by saying, oh, you're just trying to be Nostalgia Critic. You'll never be him. And I thought, thank fuck for that. I told YouTube not to recommend those types of channels. Unleash the nerd. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, Maddie, I will get them downloaded as soon as I get off of here. Guy creeps me being serious. I mean, yeah. I remember being on vacation, sitting on the couch in our hotel room with my 6-month-old watching my husband play Kingdom Hearts or Kingdom Hearts 2. Well, that was 10 years ago. Aww. Cute. Now, your humor and opinions are more natural and real, which is why I appreciate you more. Thank you. Thank you. If you don't have them yet, I keep forgetting. After we delayed like 6 weeks, my brain go burr. Too tired, 16 years. Aw. The 6 months of if we finish it in 6 months, we'll be making great time. Wouldn't you say, Maddie? That would be like, I'd be shocked if we finish if every Monday for 6 months got us all the way through. Six months for like 2 Kingdom Hearts games, maybe out of like 9. We're just gonna be doing this until we die. Watch reviewers, you're an exception. Well, thank you. I try to be, because the reviewers that I respect are the ones that are willing to just be honest, whether that means they really like something or not, you know? Like, I don't really have a lot of respect for people being like, ugh, everything is bad. That's my whole brand, is hating every single thing. So I try not to be those people. This Horseman is a Kingdom Hearts villain. Oh, that would be so much fun. Be around for a while. Is there a full moon tonight? There sure is. Based on the speed we did Night in the Woods watching Kingdom Hearts cutscenes for every game would take like 15 streams. But isn't that great to know? You'll be a mainstay on the channel for so long, Maddie. I just like Cinema Sins too. Cinema Sins made direct fun of one of my friends from work, and I've been salty about it ever since. Oh yeah, Maddie, because we're doing all of the games. Oh fuck. Wait, no! Nightbot! You only got timed out for 5 seconds, Paolo, sorry. Come on, Nightbot. Oh wait. I didn't even see what you said. as much anymore. They had a fallout with their community. Something they don't do anymore. Hang on. It's not the night to mess with me. Do not. It's a full moon tonight. Like authenticity, I suppose, in YouTubers. I like when someone says something good is good and when something bad's bad. Well, my thing is just, if I really love something, I don't care if it's like a really nerdy or uncool thing to like. I'll just tell you that I like it, and I'll tell you why I like it. And if I don't like something, even if it's something popular, I'll tell you that too. Like, Aries moon at that. Ooh, you're right. It's an Aries moon. Shall bite tonight, bot. Or a parody, but then you see his honest rants and they display the exact. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Satire is only satire if you're like parodying something to make a comment on like some like a social commentary. Just being like a caricature of yourself that like hates everything is not is not satire, and it's really not parody either. Some hot takes if I did reviews. Yes, anyway. Well, Nostalgia Critic's thing is he hates everything. Like, Nostalgia Critic's thing is he doesn't. It's a character, and the character is upset by everything and thinks people liking things for nostalgia's sake is dumb to begin with, and it's just boring, you know? Oh, I would love to see Maddie start. I'd love to see you start your own review channel. Suddenly feels old. Oh no. He watches movies without paying any attention. Well, yeah, his whole thing is like, I'm going to like critically review this from my movie critic standpoint, but he's not very good at me. He doesn't have very good media literacy. $15 minutes of skit in all his reviews. I don't know. And I wouldn't be comfortable like dissing him this hard if it wasn't for the fact that he's just made a whole the whole brand is him just kind of being an asshole and making people feel bad. So like, you know. Titanic movies through. Oh my god. I've never seen the animated Titanic movies. Got less hateful later on, but nonetheless, it's still a character. Exaggerated viewpoints of a real person. Yeah. And I mean that I could stand, but the whole I don't know. I just feel like I was listening to Dream Sons talk about it, and she was talking about how like, you know, there's it's really trendy to just be kind of like unimpressed by everything, and she's somebody who very earnestly likes to cover things and talk about what she likes and doesn't like, and like I've always loved her for that same reason, because she's like she doesn't care about like seeming like, oh, I'm too cool to like this. Like, no, if she likes something, she'll just talk about how much she likes it. And I'm like, why would you want to get on the internet and do anything else? Too. Oh, God. Oh, did Danny Gonzalez cover one of them? I remember a Danny Gonzalez video about one of them from a couple years ago. Oh, the rapping dog. Yep, that's definitely the Danny Gonzalez one. Weird combo of Cinderella and Titanic, no one dies. Yeah, I remember Danny Gonzalez being like, you can't really be like, and they all lived happily ever after with the Titanic, because it actually happened and a ton of people died. Um, the other one has like an octopus with the dog face. Oh god. Being trendy means you lack any creative. I mean, there's a lot of people who are mainstream YouTubers that I genuinely like and respect, and it's because I think they're honest about their opinions. But yeah, it's easy to be somebody who's like not phased by anything, right? Because like if you're somebody who's like, wow, I really like this, then people can be like, oh, you just have inferior taste, you know what I mean? And the mouse that brings up racism. Oh god. God, one of these days, those are going to be videos on this channel, aren't they? Oh, good God. Oh my gosh. Well, before I get off, do you guys want to help me write the review for this book before we and be able to put it in the we've read it, good for us pile? This was very fun. I know you're not on right now, Patrick, because Patrick is doing the news, but thank you again, Patrick, for sending this. Because this has been a very fun 2 streams back to back. The channel where the girl does like fashion analysis of 2000 chick flicks. Ooh, I can't remember the channel name either. I can see her face. I'll think about it. I'll think about it when I'm not trying to think about it. Oh yeah, I said I would do a poll, like not here, but I'll probably do a poll on the community tab just to see like if people want for the, because we're doing Kingdom Hearts tomorrow night, but then Tuesday, assuming that I get to stream again on Tuesday, I'll do another reading stream, and I just wanted to know what people wanted to read. If we wanted to do another Scooby-Doo book, or if we wanted to do one of the books that have been sent in, or Goosebumps, or whatever. So long compared to the main story. Didn't like the frame. Oh, of this? This, yeah. I mean, this is literally longer than the original Sleepy Hollow, so I get that. Sleepy Hollow is a novella at best. Did you ever hear of the A to Z mystery series? Yes, I remember reading a couple of them. Hang on. Let me look it up after I finish writing this, because I gotta keep myself on task. All right, we finished our book, guys. Is Danny Gonzalez the name of the guy who does the Let Me Explain videos? No, Danny Gonzalez is... Now I need to link somebody to Danny Gonzalez. So your honest review on those cookies. Oh, these... I prefer the Kaleidos to the Oreos. I don't care if that's weird. I used to read all the ones that I possibly could at my school library. Yeah, if I see them like the next time in a Goodwill, I will definitely grab them so that we can read them on stream, because I think that would be a lot of fun. When I go to Goodwill nowadays, I just kind of continuously look for books that I find nostalgic, or that I'm like, oh, that would be a fun little nostalgic kids book to read on stream. Let's see. Write a review. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I clicked the wrong button. All Oreos are too hard and they hurt my mouth part. I mean, everybody in my family is like, these Kaleidos, like, they absorb the milk better and they're just less, like, stale tasting. Like, everybody in my family agrees that if you eat these and then eat Oreos, the Oreos will seem stale to you. Memento Mori, by the way. Paulo, Danny Gonzalez, if you just type in his name, I'm sure he comes up. No, this is literally just, I guess, Kroger brand. I don't know how, because I know that, like, my family up north doesn't have Krogers, and therefore we sent them home when they were here with a package of these. But yeah, type in Danny Gonzalez's name and you'll find him. Paulo. I really enjoy Danny Gonzalez. He's very funny. Yeah, we were talking about cookies. Danny Gonzalez, Drew Gooden, Ethan is online, Jarvis Johnson, Nick is not green, 16 Leo. Those are the channels that I tend to watch. Do breastfeed, but haven't tried it yet. So we got off-brand. Oreo cakes they used to have. They were shit back in the day. Oreo cakes. One thing that I really hate is moon pies, because, well, I liked them when I was just having the vanilla ones, and then one time I got the banana ones by accident, and we all know how I feel about bananas, so I've been scarred for life. All right. All right. What's our general star rating of this book? I don't know, because I haven't seen any. Maybe. I don't know. If they're not, you're not missing anything. Oh yeah, off-brand Oreos are better than Oreos, and I'll stick to that. There is Oreo cereal. Yellow KFC word there. It's out of 5. I wish it was out of 10, because I feel like out of 10 is just you can get more accurate. Because it's basically like being able to give half-star ratings. It's most of it, but I give it a 9.5 out of 10 because nothing is ever truly 10 out of 10. Oh, I'm so honored to be on the go-to list. So I don't think it's we have to knock off at least 1 star for the continuous use of the G slur. I cannot give a 5-star rating to anything that has that much of a slur usage. Basically Oreos are only good for being allergy safe. Interesting. Fuck, true. I don't want to say it. Cooper. It's a kid's book with a slur. It's a 3 simply for the images of a dog riding a horse. Yeah, the dog riding a horse is very good. Gonna rest up. Good night. Wait, the dog horror book has slurs? Wish I'd been on the stream earlier. I'm so confused. Okay, let me find. I'm not gonna say it, but let me find where in the book. Where did it happen? Here we go. So all through the course of like 2 chapters, the negative word associated with the Romani people or Irish travelers, yeah. Fourish, I was distracted a lot. Oh. Right. Yeah, we can't say it, but here. This word. If you could read this word. This word was used for the better part of 2 chapters and it made all of us uncomfortable. And every single time, if we send you a book, we have to proofread it first. No, you don't. I'm just gonna be careful with these older books. And right from the first time we read, because we read the Nancy Drew book, which had like low-key outdated things on it, if I'm remembering correctly. And so like I've always just been careful as I'm reading to be like, oh, just like with movies and stuff, just call out if it's bad. Yeah. I should read the Jurassic Park novel. I've never read them, just to read them. But I do think, aside from the blatant slurs, it was pretty good. It was good other than that. Other than that glaringly horrible thing. Um, 8 excellent, 6 good, neutral. Maybe the alt-right romantic novel. Oh god, I don't even want to know what that is. A lot of things you forget about. We watch it and I'm like, oh shit, that's a slur. You with Peter Pan. Oh yeah, it's in a lot of things. And like the older you go, because I've covered some obviously pretty old media on this channel, the further back you go, the more prevalent that kind of thing is. But even stuff from like the 2000s has stuff that we understand we don't say anymore. And it's just like, oh no. It's fine. But yeah, let's see. Horseman is always topless. The topless horse. He's a shirtless TikTok thirst trap. Oh my god. Here, let's set it to 4 for now. We can decide for sure as we go. Let me see. How do I want to start this? I will say that my favorite part is the multiple pictures Wishbone as a dog version of Ichabod Crane riding a horse. Kiss. Artist SRF. I'm not sure what any of that is. I feel really old. The R slur was so prevalent. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. There's so. Do you know how many things I've had to cut around the use of the R slur because I'm just like, that's just fucked up. Novel with Mothman, such stranger things happen. Oh god. Courage and had no fear. What safely done stunt would you do? Skydive, bungee jump? If I knew that if I knew that like nothing would go wrong, I think I would enjoy bungee jumping. Yes, there's gonna be a stream tomorrow. Maddie, if you're still here, Maddie and I are going to start our Kingdom Hearts series tomorrow, and then Tuesday I'll probably do another reading stream. Good Lord willing and the river don't rise. But yeah, I'll put a poll up so you guys can vote on what kind of thing you want to see read next. We have lots of choices. Until then, bye, Chris. Thanks for hanging out. I will also say my least favorite thing. Tentative use slur book. Yikes, when I learned that was not okay. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Older people say the darndest things, don't they? I definitely, as a whole, I definitely liked this. I don't remember, because I know there's the Wishbone Classics, there's the Super Adventures where we get the Wishbone story and the classic book story, and then we have Wishbone Mysteries. I don't remember reading the Super Adventures, but I must have. Dark Post 2010, a sci-fi asylum film. My siblings first allowed mature rated horror. That sounds hilarious. Natasha once sent me the link to a movie that's free on Tubi, I think, or at least it was, about a sentient tire that kills people. There's also one about a sentient couch that kills people. Babysitters Club soon. Yes, I forgot for a second. I found a couple Babysitters Club. I'll have to keep a lookout for those. Rubber. Yes, everybody knows Rubber. I haven't seen it all the way through. Or did I see it all the way through? I saw like half of it, I think. I have not seen that, David. The most stupid movie. You should watch the one with the killer Christmas trees. Ooh, I haven't heard about the one with the killer Christmas trees. Let's say overall was a pretty fun time. Well, if you grew up with Wishbone. I have a Babysitter's Club episode on my channel. Ooh! Ooh, I'll have to cover that. I've been trying to cover something from your channel. It's the 90s Halloween episode. Okay, I definitely have to cover that really soon. I'm gonna go over as soon as I'm off stream and bookmark that on on my future videos list. About a llama that kills people. That's amazing. We'll buy a Christmas tree. Rose's mom. Yes, that was great. Llama makes more sense than the tire. Yeah. Shopping carts that kill by themselves. Not a typo. Oh, that's hilarious. Yes. Love Babysitter's Club so much when I was a kid. I didn't read that many of them. But I used to always see them like at every Goodwill I've been in because there's so many of them. I'm like, I need to keep an eye out and start like collecting them up. And I'm like, now that I'm looking for them, I will not find them. They're all gonna disappear. Babysitter's Club is so cheesy but so good. Oh yeah. Yeah, I will definitely go over to your channel and bookmark that and do the episode, do a video, and obviously shout out your channel. I've been wanting to cover stuff that you guys have had up for a while. Babysitter's Club, it was really, really big. When did it start? 80s or was it earlier than that? The show was 90s, right? I get it all mixed up. You'd think I'd be better at remembering these things, having 2 years of this experience. Training of we welcome you to cover anything from us. Even if you don't give us credit, I'll always give you credit, but thank you for the support. I have been wanting to cover stuff from your channel for a while because you do have a ton of really good stuff, and then I keep like, I get so distracted, especially like this time of year when it's Halloween and I've got all this stuff that I want to cover, like that people keep like reminding me of, but especially since it's Babysitter's Club and we're gonna read Babysitter's Club and you have that episode on your channel, I feel like it's perfect. Once read this like trilogy of novel-length Babysitter's Club fanfic. They were only tangentially related to the series CBH could have just been original YA novels. I love the fanfic that's like, man, just like scrub the IP off of this and just publish it because it's good, man. How did we feel? Did someone in chat say they found the framing of both versions of the story kind of confusing? I found it fun. I just mostly kept doing what Ellery said he was doing last night, which was forgetting that Ichabod is supposed to be a dog at first. I remember playing a VeggieTales video game when I was younger. My mom's friends. Oh my god. Oh, Beetlejuice is gonna happen. And then I'm gonna do a separate video where I try to recreate or make a handbook for the recently deceased so that it can be a prop in this room. think I still have a Stephanie Tanner book. I have no clue what it was about. Patrick, who is the same person who was nice enough to send me this, also sent me a whole bunch of Full House books, which will also be future streams. Beetlejuice musical. I've never seen the Beetlejuice musical. I have seen the Beetlejuice cartoon. VeggieTales game sounds interesting. Yeah, I never had one of the VeggieTales games. I had a lot of the VeggieTales VHS, though. Still. You have to see / listen to it. I will. Definitely need to cover the Beetlejuice cartoon. I've been meaning to cover the Beetlejuice cartoon since I used to do Saturday morning cartoon every Saturday morning. But I do need to cover it for sure. Still, the story is rewritten well for kids. The picture about being confused and Wishbone makes even whoops. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Even the scarier elements fun. Do we have anything else we want to add? When it comes to musicals, as bad as this may sound, my favorites are mainly Disney Channel ones. I can't help it; they're just my style of cheesiness. I mean, I feel that. That's a whole brand of musicals all on their own, and I totally get that. The date finished today. Avery, do you read comments left in your VODs? I do. I try to answer them just like all the other comments. If I've missed anybody's comment on a VOD, I'm sorry. But yes, I do. I also screw around. I saw Laser Horrorcom from there called Housebound from 2014. Interesting. Laser was here before. I haven't seen Misfiring Tonight. Disney. Those zombie movies. I have not seen them. I should. I know everybody's telling me I should watch them. And Descendants. Cool. My brother was asking on mail. Oh, is your brother a subscriber? That's cool. Tell him thank you. Yeah, no, I see the VODs. I get the notifications. I try to answer all of them. Zombies is an awesome movie series. Good to know. I want to cover at some point, you know, the what was that movie, that Nickelodeon movie with Victoria Justice, the teenage was it a teenage werewolf movie, that one? Tends to watch me watch you, LMAO. Oh, hi. As well as Descendants and Teen Beach movies. Yeah, I haven't seen Descendants, and I think I only saw the remake Teen Beach back in the day once. Beyond Belief is what I saw first on your channel. I enjoy making Beyond Belief. I'm always like, how frequent is too frequent to do Beyond Belief? I think the next one I'm going to do is definitely the Wrestler episode, because I've been wanting to cover that one. And then after I do that one, I think, because at that point we'll have 11 covered, which is will basically be all but a quarter way through. I think I'm just going to start at the first and just like go through, and any that I haven't covered, I'll just do that until they're all covered one day. How about the worst version of Beauty and the Beast with Vanessa Hudgens? Oh, that's definitely happening. Animals was fun because the suggested reading group is ages 9 to 13, and it's almost like a running joke that one of the characters is regularly dissected or disemboweled. Ooh. Beastly. Yes, I was actually just watching Beastly last week. It's a lot. It's okay if you don't be me. You won't sub. Fair. Tell him that's fair. Ask him if it counts if Maddie can beat it on the first try. They probably did. Paul, they probably did make a Beauty and the Beast ripoff. There's a lot of Beauty and the Beasts. All right. What was our sign off that we were using? The last time we wrote a review on here. He says yes. Okay. Maddie might be able to do it. I definitely won't. Scooby-Doo crew. We do the Scooby-Drew crew, but we weren't doing Sincerely anymore. We were doing something. I could go back and look. Dingo pictures of the treasure trove of bad movies, but so funny watch. Yes. Yes, they are. You will absolutely lose to Riku at least twice. I mean, that's true. That's just true. You remember Jonathan Frakes doing an alien abduction documentary on Fox? I don't remember that, but now I'm gonna find it. Now I have to see it. Realizing that Jonathan Frakes did the voice of what's his name in oh, the poor Sandersons. I need to give them a bigger shelf. Realizing that he did the voice of what's his name in Gargoyles threw my whole world upside down. Found tape thing. Was it like a mockumentary or was it like an earnest, like we are finding the aliens? Found tape in it. Okay. That sounds interesting. True. 2022. I found a half dozen Beauty and the Beast movies on Tubi. Holy sweet hell, is beastly bad. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. We were talking about this. Maddie and I were talking about this on one of the Night in the Woods streams. He's like, "Oh my god, I'm so." He just is a guy. He just looks like a normal guy because they wanted him to be like a teen heartthrob, but he's supposed to be the Beast, so they just made him look normal. It was a mockumentary. Okay, now I definitely have to check this out. I love Jonathan Frakes. Just up my toe. No, I broke my toe. When was that? I guess that was my first like September, October on YouTube. It was while we were still in like lockdown. I totally was just like hurrying around a corner too fast, and I just totally broke my toe. Yeah, good times. Good times. And I own a copy of this. Did I put it on a shelf with my miscellaneous? What? This guy, Jerry, by the way, with this Ninja Turtles, this guy has rated all of the books that we have read, I swear. And I just feel like Jerry would be our kind of people, you know? When cars becoming sentient and porously killing people in oh my god, I need to dig for these. Yeah, David, are you all right? Yeah, it's one of those it's one of those injuries that only somebody like me would get. Like I broke my toe. Oh no, what happened? I stubbed it really hard. It's just like I don't even have a fun story. Apparently the makers of Beastly just hate tattoos and bald people. Apparently. Early Spider-Man movie should come back. Yes. Jonathan Frakes is a treasure. Protect that man. What's on? Where are my shelves? If anybody's on Goodreads and wants to come chill with us, this is my this is the Goodreads profile that we have going for the stream. Everybody's favorite books. Where are my books? There we go. There's seen fans on with Vanessa Hudgens. I have not. Because of the toe. Oh, I'm sorry, David. Baldness of the devil's. Wish you luck. Thank you. I'm going to look that up for sure. I'm excited. Oh, it's fine. Me as a whole, on the other hand, is a whole story. That's a vibe. I'm so sorry. I can relate. Oh, you can't see the screen. Oh, of course not. Sorry, I always forget. There we go. So this is the here, I'll show you the review that we as a collective have wrote. We all co-signed on it, obviously. This is what I have left for a review. Look that up, never heard of it. Overdrive makes sense in the world of the Transformers. Yeah. Do. Sorry, Sanderson sisters. They're all kind of like tipping. I need to make sure that they're back up. They all have little safety harnesses rigged up out of yarn, but I'm just like, I'm sorry, Sandersons. Need a bigger shelf. But yeah, so let's see. My books. Yeah, so here in the miscellaneous library, we have the Wishbone book. I should go in and just like log a bunch of the ones that I have. But hopefully I'll remember to do that soon. But until that time comes, I've just the past couple I've logged like as we've gone through them. Typos are strong at 10:21. Wait. My type? Probably. Probably. Oh my god. I probably have a lot of typos in it. Granted, I only have a dozen books. Yeah, I need to go through and just like, because I'm trying to, now that I'm collecting books specifically for stream, I figured this would be helpful to keep track of which ones we have and which ones we've read. So I have like shelves of books that we've read and books that we own, and then they're sorted by fandom series, I guess. Books, so many books. Honestly, I'm not reading that much aside from the reading stream, so, you know, I guess I'm in a reading slump, but I will get off. I will let you guys go since it is 11:42 where I am. And I don't want Maddie to be disappointed in me, so I need to make sure that I have Kingdom Hearts ready. I have not seen Housebound. I have not read Twilight. I saw the first and maybe second Twilight movie, but I don't remember. Take care. This was a great stream. I'm glad you guys liked it. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Maddie, if you're here, I'll see you tomorrow too. It is the Bible read. Oh God, can you imagine? I can barely read. Can you imagine trying to? There's a lot. Can we all agree? There's a lot of not stream safe stuff in the Bible. Discord call you after this stream until you have it downloaded. Fair enough. No, please. We'd all be traumatized. Bye, guys. Thank you. No Bible. I promise. No, it's fine. It's okay. We'll just stick with the happy Wishbone books. Night, guys. Good day. Good unit of time. I've seen people do the most hilarious satirical book reviews of the Bible on Goodreads, and it is just, oh my god, somebody chose violence that day, and it's just so funny. Rated or Your Vampire confirmed. I mean, is that supposed to threaten me? Okay, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.